What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is...
And that was it!
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout
Brilliant! Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
Yeah. Hey.
What would get into me if I won the title? Oh, I would probably cry on stage.
I'm excited to see what happens when we win.
Fingers crossed we can get across the line again.
I've been laying low and getting to some place with the bros.
The great standard continues. He was right. Double 16. Brilliant. And that is how you find the key 120. And Shane Mcgirk goes all snakebite on us. It's pretty strange.
I've been laying low and getting to some place with the bros. People hitting me about so and so, but say it ain't so. I've been out the way, I stay away from stunting the growth.
Hello, good evening. Welcome along to the action. Week 4 was always built as a week where some big champions could stake a claim to the Modus Super Series trophy. And we have got some big names in action this evening. Shane Mcgirk, the reigning WDF World Champion. Perhaps headlines what is going to be a big bill worth of players this evening. And talking about big billings, well, that's exactly what we've got with our punditry lineup this evening. Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson have been watching all of the darts over the course of the week. And look, when we saw the lineup for the first time, I think we all had the same opinion that this could be a quality week worth of darts, and it's most certainly delivered, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think that was our first reaction, wasn't it? Tight. There's not really too much you can find to separate the players over sort of the 12 monthly form and their CVs, and we knew a lot about the debutants that was coming to join us this week as well, so we knew there was going to be some quality, and I think that was really highlighted when we condensed it down to that Group B that we saw on Thursday and Friday night.
Without disrespect to the other weeks that we've seen so far, has this been the best week in terms of quality and standard top to toe?
Yes and no. I think there have been some downs in some of the groups, but I think Matt's right. When it came to Group B at the end of the week, we started to see the regular 100-plus averages and 90-plus stuff, and the drama came down to the very last leg of Group B. So you got to say that was the yes, but in Group A there were some times where people were struggling.
Some big names made it, some big names missed out, but these are the 6 that we're going to be watching tonight. It was debut delight for Jamai Vandin-Hik. The recent winner on the Challenge Tour carried on his good form at the Live Lounge this week. Can he win on debut? David Sharp was another debutant to impress this week by topping Group C. Will Sharpie make a permanent mark on the Super Series weekly winners list? It's weekly final number 6 for Kurt Parry. The Welshman has got better day on day this week. Will KP record his PB tonight by lifting his first weekly title? Shane Mcgirk showed his world champion quality this week, displaying some impressive numbers in Group B. He was the week 4 winner in Series 10. Can he do so in Series 11? Carl Wilson showed his strength this week and has never failed to reach the semi-final in his 3 weekly campaigns at the Live Lounge. Will Gok go one further tonight? Scott Campbell is no stranger to finals night, having participated in no less than 4 Saturdays. Will Super Scott lift his second Super Series trophy this evening? Certainly been an intriguing week, a week which was littered with drama, and the drama really came to the fore last night when Group B came to its close. It was Lee Cox that narrowly missed out by a solitary leg to Scott Campbell in terms of qualification through to tonight's final, and it was drama from first start to last, and I can imagine Lee's that's gonna hurt. That's gonna smart that one, isn't it?
It will, because it wasn't just regards to that last game and that last leg. That's the one you'll remember the most, because that's the last opportunity. But he had plenty of opportunities before that. The game before, he just needed a leg. A couple of legs would have done the job, and he lost that game by 4-0. He's gone into this game needing a couple of legs. He didn't know exactly what he needed to do, but he knew that he didn't have to win the game. He needed an amount of legs. And he had opportunities in this game. Darts at the end of combinations. There was a leg where he missed multiple darts. to be able to put more on the board. So that's where it's disappointing. When you've had it in your hands, you've had the chance, and you haven't been able to convert. And the fact that this is a story that he's had to live previously, it will feel like getting through to a Saturday night right now, it'll feel like it's an impossibility.
Well, as for Scott Campbell, I think it's fair to say, and he's been the first to admit it, he's not played near his best this week, but yet has still managed to find a way to get through. What does that say about him as a player and him as a person, the fact that he can conjure out results even if he's not playing his best stuff?
What it tells us is that his below best game is better, and he's able to figure out pressure situations better as well. If you look at his week, 3rd in Group A, 3rd in Group B, so just about making his way through to Saturday. And this is where everything changes. We have seen people have 3rd position in Group A and then 3rd position in Group B and won the week. So there's no reason why Scott Campbell can't say, well, that's the hard bit done. Now tonight I can just go out there because I'm no longer the favourite to win the title, and he can let somebody else shoulder that. But he's improved in ways that maybe can't be seen on a score sheet.
In terms of Carl Wilson, 3rd time here, 3rd finals night, he's a proper player, isn't he?
He's finding success, isn't he? And it's interesting, though, with Carl Wilson, as it is with a lot of the players tonight, because I've done the fly on the wall, I've had the earpieces on, listening into the interviews of the players tonight, which we're going to see. And a lot of those interviews, a lot of the players have said, I've had ups and downs, highs and lows, I haven't found consistency. And that's probably how I would describe how it's been so far for Carl Wilson. He started slow. He can't do that tonight. There isn't time. You can't come out here and lose your first couple of games. You can't come out here and lose that first game heavy, or the pressure is on. And that just might be the key that he needs to find to finally get through a Saturday night. Start quick.
In terms of Shane Mcgirk, there's some players at the tag of world champion, it can weigh heavy on their shoulders. But has it felt like since winning at the Lakeside, Shane Mcgirk has become a better player?
I don't think it's under question. I think he is a better player, and that's a fact. The way he was playing in this really tough Group B, he was, at one point, blitzing people who were playing good darts against him. And weirdly, the only person to beat him last night was Lee Cox in a very good game of darts. But when Shane was turning up and producing his best stuff last night, he was averaging over 100 at a breeze. So if he brings that stuff tonight, he could be too hot to handle. But he is a better player. I think he knows it, and he's using it well.
Well, let's have a look at some of the other groups then. We'll begin with Group C, which is what we watched on Thursday and Friday afternoon. It was the debutant, David Sharp, that won for. He won each of his opening 5 games on Thursday. It was a superb start to life here at the Live Lounge for him, but it was a very tight group in the end. Kurt Parry just squeezing through on 14 points, and it was Martin Turner that narrowly missed out on Saturday night here at the Live Lounge. In terms of Kurt, is it fair to say that his week is so far been categorised of his scoring has been great, his scoring has been excellent, but the finishing needs some tidying up?
I don't think he's very happy with where his performance has been. One of the things that he's been saying in his interviews a lot, or when we've been able to get a chat with him, is, I've not been playing my best. But he's into Saturday night without playing his best. That's a good thing. Remember a couple of weeks ago, we had Scott Taylor here, and it was the exact same story. A player we know's got the quality to win a week. He's done it many times before, and he never really played his best at any point until the final. We know Kurt Parry knows how to win titles. We know he's got that in him. And when we look at how his week has gone, every time he's needed a result, every time he's needed a performance, he's produced it.
Well, these are the numbers as far as his week is concerned, and he'll be hoping for 4 wins tonight because that will guarantee him a first weekly title here. David Sharp won the group. He got off to a very quick start, won all 5 of his games on Thursday. We got some intel in terms of his quality and how good he was, and it's fair to say he's lived up to that hype at times this week.
Yeah, he has at times, but when you're under the microscope for 10 games over 2 days, we get a lot of information. Now, on Thursday, he had a bit of a slow start, but won his first game and won it well. After that, he got a bit of confidence and he used it. Then he flagged a little bit towards the end of Thursday and really did say to us on Friday morning, playing 5 games in a day was something a bit jarring at first. It may be something that he's going to have to get used to. But come Friday, he was under the microscope of everyone. And in his first game, he did not play well. He looked like he was panicking. So maybe that experience has given him something that he can improve on. After that, he would do just about to win, and enough to win the group. But the thing is, Kurt Parry was through before he was. And David Sharp had to get an amount of legs in his last game just to qualify. It looked comfortable, but it wasn't.
Well, Group A wasn't comfortable whatsoever. Jamai Vandin-Hik winning it, but only just. He pipped Spivey Man to the post. Sam Spivey, but just a couple of points in that Group A. Scott Campbell was actually the favourite going into Wednesday's action, but was unable to make it through. But Jamai's had a superb year in 2025 in the top 10 of the Challenge Tour, picking up his first title on that particular circuit this year. And after a slow start, he lost his first 3 games, but from that point onwards, he really did look steady on the stage to win Group A on debut. And Robbie Dove has been looking at his week in a little bit of a closer detail.
Fresh from victory on the Challenge Tour, young Dutchman Jamai Vandin-Hik made his debut on the Live Lounge stage this week, but it didn't get off to an ideal start. He lost his first 3 matches in Group A despite missing a number of match starts against Scott Campbell. His Monday campaign did improve, getting the better of Series 10 runner-up Sam Spivey, as well as experienced campaigner Kurt Parry, to end the day on 4 points with plenty to play for over the next 2 days. Tuesday couldn't have started much better for Jamai as he registered a ton-plus average in victory over Kurt Parry, who himself averaged more than 103. Quite incredibly, his 40% on the outer ring in this game was his lowest checkout percentage of the day. His good form continued throughout Tuesday as he registered the perfect day, finding 2 ton-topping averages and hitting more than 50% on his doubles, putting him top of the group on leg difference after Tuesday's play, following 7 straight wins. Vandin-Hik's closest competitor was Scott Campbell, who looked solid on Monday and Tuesday. Their meeting on Wednesday would prove pivotal, and it was the Dutchman who got the better of the Scot to put him in pole position for Group A victory. And to end his campaign, Jamai turned up the style, whitewashing Kurt Parry with an average in excess of 103. A campaign with a slightly rocky start saw Jamai Vandin-Hik top Group A with 20 points, averaging just shy of 88 over the 15 games, securing his place in Week 4 finals night.
So Jamai Vandin-Hik, one of 6 players in action this evening. This is how he got along in that Group A, pretty much running towards his annual numbers, just under 88 in terms of average. That 103.66, actually his highest ever recorded average in a match. And look, it's very easy for players like Jamai to come into something like this with a bit of expectation because they've been in a bit of form and things may be flattered to see. But once he got settled on that stage, he was very difficult to dislodge.
Yeah, those numbers, as you mentioned, pretty much going in line with his 12-monthly stats, which suggest that he's came here and it hasn't really bothered him too much after those first couple of games, and he's settled in to produce the darts we know he's capable of. Now, if we was to look at sort of a textbook, what would be the stats you'd expect for someone who's going to be competitive here? That's exactly what we just saw. That was ripped straight out the Super Series playbook. He may need a little bit more than that tonight, but again, he's shown us signs here at the Super Series that he can with those couple of ton-plus averages. He's shown us that by winning a Challenge Tour. He's getting Pro Tour call-ups. Right now, everything's exciting. Everything's new. There's no negativity. There's no scar tissue. He's had no setbacks. He's got lots of things to look forward to in the near future. Right now, he's on the crest of a wave, and he's going to be really dangerous tonight because of that.
Well, let's have a look then at how tonight's going to break down. It's going to be 2 groups of 3. The top 2 in the groups make it through to the semi-finals, where it is a straight knockout from there. Group 1, Jamai Vandin-Hik, it's Carl Wilson and Kurt Parry. Group 2, Shane Mcgirk, David Sharp and Scott Campbell. We'll begin with the first group, Jamai, Carl and Kurt. Particularly in the case of Carl and Kurt, they've got experience here, but none have won yet when it's come to a Saturday night setup.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest narrative when it comes to Group 1 because Kurt's been close, Carl is getting closer, and Jamai, in the words of Matthew Edgar, hasn't got any scar tissue. That makes him the most dangerous player in that group because he'll come here slightly ignorant to what it's going to be like with fans behind him. He's either going to shine or he's going to fall. It's as simple as that. There's no in-between. But Wilson desperately wants to win here, as does Parry. and maybe that is something that Jamai can expose.
In terms of the other group, just based on the fact of the way he's played the last few days, does Shane Mcgirk go off the favourite to get out of it?
Not just the favourite to get out of that, but the favourite to win this night. He's been exceptional, certainly last night. And we know with Shane Mcgirk, that wasn't a one-off. It wasn't an evening. That is Shane Mcgirk now in 2025. I think in Group 2, you take a look at Scott Campbell, you take a look at Shane Mcgirk. They're both going to target David Sharp. He's here on debut. He's shown vulnerability on debut. He's shown nerves on debut. And if there's going to be someone to sort of have a go at, it's going to be him, and then sort of a freebie in the head-to-head.
Have the bookies got those odds right in your view, Nico?
Yeah, I think they're pretty close, actually. I think Mcgirk has to be maybe a tiny bit shorter than that, in my opinion, because he is the shining light above anybody this week. As much as we can praise Carl Wilson with the way he's stuck to the fight and the way that Kurt Parry has fought his way through 5 days of action, everything points to Shane Mcgirk. Freshness, quality, experience. There's no excuse for him not to win again.
Should be interesting to find out, and we're going to find out in the company of you two chats. We look forward to hearing your contributions in the commentary box. It is 18+, gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series soon. Right, we're going to get the action underway now, and we're going to kick off with a meeting between Kurt Parry and Jamai Vandin-Hik. For Jamai, well, it was debut delight, winning Group A at the first time of asking. Whilst for Kurt Parry, well, you get the sense that he's knocking on the door here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Finalist last time in the series. He got close representing Wales as well at the international pairs competition. Is tonight the night he finally breaks his duck in this building? Well, only time will tell. And earlier on this evening, I caught up with both players. Kurt, back into another Saturday night here at the Super Series, but is it fair to say that you had to really work hard to get through in the end?
Yeah, it didn't really go to plan. Bit up and down with my form, to be honest, this week, but the main goal is to get you to Saturday by whatever means necessary. So yeah, I'm here.
In terms of your game this week, the scoring was very much on point. Was it the doubling that was a bit of an irritant for yourself?
Yes, it's quite frustrating because in the pairs and since the pairs, I've been playing really well and finishing really well. So it was a bit weird the week leading into this where the doubles weren't really going and it sort of carried, but anything can happen on Saturday and hopefully things tighten up.
And you're a player that's trending in the right direction. You've made it through. This is your 6th final here on a Saturday. We've seen you make that progression. First couple of times it was group stage, then it was semi-finals, and it's the final last time. Do you feel like you're moving in the right direction? You feel like that weekly win is perhaps closer than ever?
Yeah, I feel like I'm heading in the right direction. Maybe not playing well enough maybe to win, but I'm going to give it my all and we'll just see how tonight goes.
Is that the case then, just one game at a time?
Yeah, pretty much, you know. Just try and find a bit of comfort and a bit of form and see what happens.
Well, I wish you all the very best, Kurt.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Well, we wish you all the very best this evening. Jamai, good luck.
Thank you.
Well, Jamai, it took you a couple of games to get going in Group A, but once you got settled on the stage, you looked as if you were right at home.
Yeah, for sure.
In terms of the week then, in terms of Group A, how would you assess it overall?
Yeah, it was really just to get going, and luckily I did after the first 3 games that I lost.
Is it the first time that you've kind of played anything like this in terms of stage and cameras before?
Yeah, this is the first tournament that I played that's really like up to show for everybody.
So what's the big difference then between playing on the Challenge Tour where you've had great success and then playing on a stage like this?
Here you can see the cameras and like on the side of your eyes, and that's not on the Challenge Tours.
So in terms of this evening then, there's another added thing in terms of playing in front of crowds. But I can imagine back home in the Netherlands you've done a fair bit of that?
Not really, actually, no.
So again, this is another first for yourself?
Yeah, this is another new experience, so we're going to see how it goes.
In terms of this year, you've achieved a lot. Obviously, we've spoken about your Challenge Tour win and what you've done on that particular circuit. Will this be another thing to tick off the bucket list if you're able to win tonight?
Yeah, for sure. But if I don't win, I have another goal to look forward to because apparently I'm coming back as well. So if I lose, if I don't come through the group, I have another goal in mind. So
So to a certain extent, even though you want to win, it's a bit of a free hit then for yourself.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, we wish you all the very best this evening, Jamai. Good luck.
Thank you.
He is progressing in this game with a 12-dart leg.
Every step walking with grace, amen. Keeping my foot off the brakes. Impact, I'm ready to brace. We fall down and land
It's
on our
double eight. And Jamai Vandin-Hik in his first appearance here at the Super Series is into Saturday night.
They live through the story they made, okay? Baby, I'm trying to get paid.
22 though, and I don't know where his career is going to go from here, but he looks really comfortable up there.
Zipped up like a bathing ape. How many of us then came and stayed? Not too many of them staying awake.
So then, game one of the night is a fourth meeting of the week between Jamai Vandin-Hik and Kurt Parry. Jamai looking to win on debut, Kurt looking to eventually cross the line here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. In commentary then for all the evening's action, it's Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
Yes, let's get going then, shall we? It's welcome back to the stage for the 22-year-old from Alblasserdam in the Netherlands, up against Kurt Parry, who is making Saturday night a bit of a habit. But the one habit he hasn't got quite yet is winning on Saturday nights. This is the thing about Group 1 here on Saturday night in Portsmouth at the Live Lounge. And in week 4, that is the man who will be in charge. Welcome back to George Baker.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg is Jamai to throw first. Game on.
Well, first things first, Matt. You look at the head-to-head record between these two this week. It doesn't make for good reading for Mr. Parry, because
140.
2 4-2 wins for Jamai and a 4-0 on Wednesday, and 2 ton-plus averages against Parry.
180.
Vandin-Hik has been using Parry as a bit of a canvas, but Saturdays can be very different.
180.
That's exactly going to be my answer to all of that. That I don't think this is a comparable. I don't think you can compare a Group A match to what we're about to watch here on the Saturday night.
98.
The instant feedback, the response from the crowd, and not only that, the jeopardy. So much more intense on a Saturday night because you worry about things
37.
in these early games. You go behind by a few, you start to think that the game could slip away and the night can slip away very quickly as well.
59.
Which is the only place I think Jamai may find a bit of an advantage because he doesn't have that experience and ignorance is bliss.
58. Kurt, you acquire 164.
Early chance for Parry, but it is not found this time.
88. Jamai, you acquire 86.
It's all about the 18s in this first leg of the night. Bullseye.
61.
Very
Kurt, you acquire
close.
76.
If Parry can hit this, he can establish early confidence on the doubles.
Game
That's
shot in the first
exactly what he
leg, Kurt
needed.
Parry.
He can outscore people. Everybody knows that about Parry. But if his doubles show up for a couple of games
Second
in this
leg
group,
is Kurt to throw first.
he will
Game on.
progress.
I agree. I think he needed that and needed a combination as well. When we pick apart the words that he was saying in that interview,
140.
form was good coming in, but it hasn't clicked yet. My doubles have been letting me down, but I don't know why because I've been practicing them well. It's as if it's not transferred the way he
137.
expected to, which means there's sort of a discrepancy in what he expects and what's being delivered. And that void between the
58.
two is ultimately manifested in a lack of confidence at times. So that could be the real lift and the boost he sees to go, I found the form when I need it
58.
most, which was my assessment about Kurt Parry. His best day was Friday, when he needed it the most.
84.
Yeah, he averaged nearly 92 for Friday. That's a good showing of form.
59.
Carl Wilson, the other player in this group. Top 2 will progress after the round-robin stage. Vandin-Hik will play
59.
Game 1 and Game 5, as is tradition now, for the Group A winner. Kurt knows all about that. He's won a Group A before. He knows that that is tricky.
59. Kurt, you
So by virtue of that, if Parry doesn't do well in game 1 and 3, he could be the first person out. Or the first person through.
100.
He's already hit 60 as a checkout with a single 16
Kurt, you
in
acquire
the
60.
middle of the 2 darts he needs now. Double 10.
40. Jamai, you acquire 103.
Jamai is averaging in this game at this early stage what he's been doing all week. So is Kurt, funnily enough. Double 16. And boy, did he need that.
Leg. Jamai Vandin-Hik.
First leg on a Saturday night in Portsmouth. It's his now, and it's
Third
game
leg
on.
is Jamai to throw first. Game on.
Well, we had an opportunity this week to have an extended sit-down with Jamai.
43.
Which will be available soon on the channel here on Pluto TV. Sort of discussing what's happened so far, how he got into darts, what his aspirations are. And in that chat, we picked something out that was very important. Jamai wasn't motivated by
39.
Trying to qualify for things, trying to earn something, trying to be the world's #1. The thing that motivated him was the opportunity to play against the best at whatever level he's at. It was all intrinsically challenged. And the way Kurt Parry started this, I'm not surprised to see Jamai bite back the way he has, because he wants to play players that are playing well. He enjoys the battle.
97.
And he doesn't really have a darts idol. We asked him the question, and it took him about 2 years after he took up the game to realise that the Netherlands was full of world-class players. Maybe you're right, Matt. Ignorance is bliss.
100.
Parry has left himself 76, 60, and now 80.
100.
He needs to take this out, otherwise he's going to lose the lead. Third time he stepped over.
60.
Second time it hasn't
Jamai
worked.
acquire 52.
And when you've told yourself the story that missing doubles has been your problem, it's very easy to buy into that when you miss a chance and your opponent steps in and takes it out. Very quick turnaround here for Jamai.
Fourth leg, it's Kurt to throw first. Game on.
Do you put any weight in the fact that he doesn't have at this moment, maybe it's something he could develop over time,
140.
but it doesn't feel like he's got much of a stage presence or aura about him at the moment? It seems he's a very nice lad. We've had lots of conversation, very softly spoken, very sort of gentle in his approach, probably gets ID'd every time he goes out. But with that, is that something he needs to find some form of aggression, do you think?
Maybe this is how he is. Not every Dutch dart player is going to be Dirk van Dijvenbode or Michael van Gerwen.
60.
Maybe he's more of a placid type. He's more like Danny Noppert. Not necessarily
55.
a bad thing. But stagecraft and presence is something, based on his ability, that he's going to have to cultivate over the years.
100.
Time he has.
80. Kurt, you got 126.
But in this leg, maybe not. Double 12.
Game shot in the fourth
Welcome
leg,
to the
Kurt
world
Parry.
of Kurt Parry. When he plays well, he can do anything.
Fifth leg, it's Jamai to throw first. Game on.
That was a 12 darter, and he had one visit in that leg that wasn't that good.
60.
It's a very good start, isn't it, to the campaign, to the evening. And if you think this is just starting with a bang, you will be very mistaken.
45.
I will say right now, I expect that this is how the standard will be this evening. I think it's going to be a quality affair
59.
on the dartboard.
I think that gentleman at the 180 sign needs to go back to 180 sign writing school.
100.
A little bit of brevity be nice. Just simple message. Doesn't have to be an essay.
Yeah, a few too many words to read in time there,
60.
wasn't there? Looks like you have a few signatures on there, though, as well.
55.
Bit of Shakespeare as well on there. Script. A song.
140.
It's a lovely 140 there from Jamai. Gives himself a nice bit of breathing room here. And Parry is still
96.
chasing. We do have some distinguished guests here tonight, including some of the players from this week.
140.
Back-to-back 140s from the Dutchman.
100. Jamai acquire
Puts
42.
Parry in trouble. The tighter this game is, the more involved they will be later in the group.
26.
Double 16 is not found this time.
105.
Can we see some flair? No, he's drifted left twice,
31.
and that has been
Jamai
his miss
acquire
this
16.
week.
Game shot in the fifth leg.
That's
Jamai
not missed.
Vandin-Hik.
Vandin-Hik, if he wins both of his group games, it's pretty simple. He will be going to the semi-finals.
Sixth leg, it's
He's
Kurt
within
to throw
one
first.
of that
Game
first
on.
win now.
$140.
Looking at it slightly differently, if Jamai does win this game, that might be enough to go through. Because if Carl Wilson were to beat Kurt Parry in game 3, Jamai would have done enough.
It's always the argument of where you like to be on a Saturday night, isn't it?
96.
And if you go up first and win, you almost feel like you've got two opportunities, two chances. Because you've got the game next in this group that could put you through. And if not, it's still in your own hands when you come back to the hockey.
I've spoken to some players over the years.
133.
And they like their games to be consecutive in the group. I haven't heard anybody say that they like position number 1, which is Jamai's. Play game 1 and game 5. They don't like that gap.
132.
They'd rather play game 1 and game 3. Okay, so that shot's off. 73 left.
68. Jamai Yukar 164.
This is to win the match. Parry on doubles is 2 from 5.
64. Kurt Yukar 64.
A lot of the misses have been just a one darter double for the leg.
Game shot in the sixth.
Doesn't need more than
Kurt
one this
Parry.
time. It's the distance we are going to.
Seventh and final leg.
This is
Jamai
the
to throw
tightest
first.
game they've had
on.
all week. And this is the most popular result this week.
140.
No surprise, really, when you see the group and the week that we had, and our assessment was tight, close,
95.
unpredictable. The only thing you can predict is that you're going to get a lot of games go the distance, a lot of these sort of legs where you really get to see what the players are made of.
180.
And this is made of some quality stuff. 5 big power trebles in the opening 6 with the throw.
59.
Not much Kurt Parry can do.
It's becoming
105.
very apparent that Jamai Vandin-Hik eats pressure for breakfast.
140.
This
Jamai
is
Yukar
not a normal
76.
situation. This is his first Saturday night, and he's on 76 after 9 to win the match. That
Game
match
shot.
is
And the
his.
match. Jamai Vandin-Hik.
He finds his own 12 darter and keeps his perfect record against Kurt Parry this week very much intact. Cool as a cucumber and also built like a cucumber, very long and thin. And this is what we've just seen in our first game of the night. 4-3, 93.56. Brilliant doubling. and the best leg of the match was the last one to win it by the odd leg.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGirk.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
I don't see sides, still the same, huh?
It's Phil, the power.
Told you this is not a game. Done playing, trying to live up to my name. Cut some off, they said I changed. They just ain't keep up to pace.
Welcome back to the party of Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
This is not a game. Started 15 big dreams, and I keep dreaming. Strategic, I'm not scheming.
Back by popular demand, Phil Taylor is back here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. An evening and an audience with Phil Taylor will take place on Saturday, June the 28th. That is before the Seniors Champion of Champions takes place the next day. Well, talking about champions, we've got a WDF World Champion in action about to get his campaign underway in Shane Mcgirk. Before the break, a Challenge Tour champion this year, Jamai Vandin-Hik, got the better of Kurt Parry by 4 legs to 3. But as I say, Shane Mcgirk, well, he's certainly taking to the tag of world champion, isn't he, having picked up the Lakeside title in December. He's up against a man who made it through to the semi-finals of Champions Week last time out in Scott Campbell in his first game of the evening. We can hear from both players now. I caught up with them earlier on this evening. Scott, is the story of your week about not where it starts here at the Super Series, but where it ends?
Yeah, hopefully. Not really played well, been up and down, a really long week, so hopefully we can just end on a high.
In terms of Group A, you got off to a good start. You won a lot of games, maybe without playing to the level that you admitted to was kind of you'd expect. But you managed to get into Group B, and then it kind of clicked then, didn't it, in that particular group?
Yeah, I picked up a couple of wins. Obviously, both days, sneak a win. Just Group A again, really. Sneaking a win where I probably didn't deserve one. Lost a couple of games, and then the last couple of games just went my way.
Did that Group B almost have a feel of a Champions Week group when you consider the players that are in there and some of the players that missed out?
Yeah, definitely. It was one of these. I've probably over-analysed it this week. I've looked at Group B, Group D, Group C, and then almost just played the players instead of playing the board. So hopefully I've got that out of the system for tonight and we can just play darts.
And this is something you're becoming a little bit more experienced with now, playing on Saturday nights, playing in front of the crowds. Obviously, you won a week in the previous series. This must feel like familiar territory for you now. Yeah,
it's good. Obviously, we've got a couple of players that's 1 week's here before. Hopefully, the little bit of experience can come through and we can get the job done.
Wish you all the very best. Scott, good luck tonight.
Cheers, Henry. Thanks, mate.
Shane, is it fair to say you're becoming a bit of a Group B specialist now when we look at some of your performances?
I don't know about that. My Group B's here has been up and down. You know, like I'm getting points every day that I'm here. Sometimes I'm not getting through on 8 points with good leg difference, and then sometimes you don't get through on 8 points because you have probably a poor leg difference. But my goal was to come in here and have a positive leg difference when it's coming in. But lucky enough, I got the wins to back it up as well. You must have been really pleased with some of the stuff you played the last couple of days. Yeah, I didn't actually think it was as good as it was, you know, until someone told me. I think it was Greg was telling me after, like he was going through it. He says, you're playing very well. You had 3 ton plus averages yesterday. But unfortunately, it means nothing today. You know, like you treat this as knockout today. Like, you know, you want to go in and win your first game. Takes the pressure off a wee bit. Like, depends on what way the other results go. But I always treat it as knockout, and hopefully that I can keep the good form going from the last 2 days. Some people feel the pressure of being world champion, but it feels like since you won at the Lakeside, you've become a better player. Does that feel like it from your perspective? I think so, yeah. I think it's, I don't know what it is. Mentally, it gives you a big confidence boost. You've proved that you are good. You can play with these top levels that people do play at. You know, I just kind of take it in my stride, and it kind of relaxed me a bit too, you know, like I wasn't going in and trying to prove myself as much, where I'm just going in and enjoying darts now. And I think that that's a big thing for me, especially mentally wise. Like, you know, you're going in and you're just enjoying it and you're just trying to play well. I don't know if you're a superstitious person or not, but when you won your previous series, it was week 4. Mm-hmm. This is week 4 in series 11. How much would you like to go back to back? Oh, I'd like to win every time I'm here. No, I'm not superstitious at all. Like it is what it is. But I believe that you have to perform well to actually win stuff. You know, you don't need luck as of such. Like you don't need the act of God to come down and help you. But no, I just think I go in and do what I do, and if I keep playing the way I'm playing this last while, it could go my way. Wish you all the best. Go out tonight, Shane. Thank you.
On a second leg.
Bullseye shots in a row. Oh yeah,
3 in a row.
Games on a third leg.
Oh my word.
Mcgirk.
2 more, and that is the end of his night. Very good.
Shane Mcgirk.
Certainly living up to the mantle of world champion since picking up that title at the Lakeside, and he's looking to go back-to-back here at the Live Lounge. Shane Mcgirk and Scott Campbell, 2 of the players that played at Champions Week in Series 10, looking to return in Series 11. To commentary then, and back to Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
Many thanks, Henry. We've been looking forward to this game as soon as it was booked. When Scott Campbell was talking to us in the studio at around about 1:30 in the morning, we gave him the news that he was up against Shane again for the 3rd night in a row. He's 30 now. He is very much approaching his peak. And maybe Scott Campbell is too, because he's the Scotland captain. The Aberdonian is becoming a bit of a fixture here. But these are both winners from the previous series. Only one will survive, maybe through this group, but in particular, only one will survive tonight. Or maybe somebody else could possibly get that title instead. This is a heavyweight game between Ireland and Scotland. And tonight, Matthew Edgar, this is pretty much all about people representing their countries. Because Vandin-Hik from the Netherlands, Parry from Wales, Wilson from England, Mcgirk from Ireland, Campbell from Scotland, and David Sharp also from north of the border. So many countries represented, and we expect plenty more of that.
An international feel, an international flavour. And ironically, we have an announcement tonight, don't we, about International Pairs Week. That'll be coming up in August, the second instalment, following the success of the first one. And with that, we will be announcing the Swedish team. We know Sweden will be taking part. We don't know who the players are. We will later on in the broadcast.
140.
Mcgirk really has played well this week. He's played the last 2 nights. Campbell has played all week long. 3rd in Group A, 3rd in Group B, but only just by 1 leg over Lee Cox. That 1 leg that they played at the end of Group B, that in itself
60
was a bit of a movie. But fair play to Campbell. He knew what was going on the stage and he didn't celebrate getting through. He was very magnanimous.
130.
I'd say fair play to him for pinning a double 5. 1 dart at the end of a combination with Lee Cox sat ready to pounce. And he knew he needed that double 5.
100. Scott, you require 72.
Showing some real bottle and quality. Something he's going to have to demonstrate quite a lot again this evening.
Why, oh why, did he just do that?
No score. Shane, you require
He
86.
should know better on dart 2 and dart 3.
Yes, 18 scored. Game shot in the first
Well, there you
leg.
have a lot of
Shane
treble
Mcgirk.
hunting. Mcgirk gets it right by virtue of Campbell maybe getting a little greedy.
Second leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
You've got 72 and you've got a single 16. Why go to the treble? Doesn't make any sense.
And a very loose sort of throwaway dart with the last one as well. And that does make
60.
a difference. If you're sat on a single to double shot, going up for 32, on for 36, something like that, it's
82.
different to going back to 72. And speaking about going back, there's Kevin. He's back in the room. Joined us this week for his debut. Not the only player here this evening as well. Martin Turner in the crowd as well, coming down to enjoy the action, see who wins the week.
Is that your way of saying that Kevin is here and he's not
28.
alone? That's Andy Davidson sitting with Martin Turner, who narrowly missed out on Group C. And he's in town because he's been playing at Selsey just down the coast.
100.
Doesn't that tell you something, though? But the likes of Martin Turner was confident of getting through if he's still knocking around.
41.
Same for Kevin. These guys have met the last couple of nights.
62.
And if we are being fair to Scott Campbell, it has not been close. Very similar to our first game of the night.
151.
The person who holds the head-to-head advantage coming into this fixture did win the first match. Mcgirk has beaten Campbell 4-1 and 4-0 the last couple of days with really good
60.
performances.
I think when we assess the players on performance across the week, Shane McGirk's been head and shoulders above everybody.
101, Scott, you're
It's been
quite
exceptional. But he said it himself. That now means nothing. Purely just qualification.
And I think he's right. Double top. No big pressure on this.
71.
So he'll be back for double 10 in no time at all, but this time he's going to be under pressure.
100, Scott, you acquired 20.
He can see plenty of this from his vantage point.
Game shot in the second
That's why
leg,
he finds
Scott
it
Campbell.
rather easily.
I think we're going to start seeing a shift in mentality from the players that are at the top of the Super Series. Players like Shane McGirk, who, when he talked about how well he's played so far this week, it was very much, well, it means nothing.
43.
It's about tonight. Tonight is the night of the week. Everything leads here. Everything else to get here is just qualification. And I think we're going to see a lot of people view the early groups as qualification.
140.
And maybe even beyond. Remember Reece Robinson, when he won his week, and he actually called it a qualifying week because he was just thinking about Champions Week.
58.
I think we're going to see that shift come over the next sort of 6 months.
I agree. I think after Shane won at Lakeside, his approach had to be different. He's not looking at weekly titles anymore. He's looking at gunning for series.
100.
Because when he was in Champions Week, it just didn't happen for him. He wants to put that right, and in order to do that, he's got to win something like this again.
81.
Well, imagine if he wins the series. He could have a very busy time, because then he'd be invited into the ADC Global Championship around Christmas time. £60,000 on the line.
108.
We know we'll have an invite to Lakeside as the defending champion. Could be a very good Christmas.
100. Scott,
Could be a very good year for either of these gentlemen. If tonight cooperates, could be 2 weekly titles in the same season. As Campbell finds an 11 darter. A world-class breaker throw. You win tonight if you're Campbell or Mcgirk.
Fourth leg, it's got to throw.
You're in
first.
Champions Week. You're
Game
going to
on.
get an invite to Series 12. You could win 3 titles in a year, like Jimmy Van Ski did last year. Curiously, in our first game, we didn't hear the same sort of
60
vociferous nature as we would get if Jimmy was in town. Obviously, the Jimmy Van Ski army
100.
didn't want to come and support one of his wingmen.
Yeah, built a fan club here in Portsmouth, hasn't he, Jimmy Van Ski? Certain players bring different atmospheres, different environments.
140.
Quite a lot of the time, though, it's because they're local.
Yeah, and they only meet 6 times a year. And exclusively on Saturdays.
100.
There's a gulf between the averages now, considering what we've just seen in the previous leg. Mcgirk has got to get back into the scoring here. That's been struggling
140.
to be shown in this game. He's only got 2 treble visits so far.
93. Scott, you require 161.
Yeah, this isn't the Shane McGirk we've seen for the last couple of days. And I think if there was anything that was a little bit concerning was the fact that he wasn't aware of how good he was playing.
137.
Does realising how well he played now put pressure on him to do it again?
I think maybe what I got from that was he expects a little bit more from himself.
24.
Which may be sliding into that mentality of seeking perfection.
Campbell thought that was good. The guide is good. Can he use it?
Game shot
Absolutely
on the fourth leg, Scott
perfect.
Campbell.
25 darts for 2 legs to take a 3-1 lead. He knows
Fifth
just
leg,
as well as
exchange to throw
anybody
first,
that
game on.
Saturdays are different to the rest of the week. He came through
55.
in week number 6 in the previous series on a very loud evening. That was when Peter Washuri was in town. Everybody wanted him to win. It would have been a massive story. And in steps Campbell
100.
saying, actually, I want this as well. And he made it all the way to Champions Night.
100.
And that's an interesting development as well. It's very obvious to pick out the development of Shane Mcgirk because he's got that big title. But I remember being in a taxi with Scott Campbell in the Faroe Islands around about
23.
March, April of last year. So about 13, 14 months ago. And he was talking to me about how he's had a chance down here at the Super Series. He'd love another opportunity.
100.
And it was more a case of, it felt like a guest. Like, it was something he was looking up to. Like, oh, I want another chance. I want to just go down there and play. I want another opportunity. And now, it feels like he's a regular. But not just a
128.
regular. A lively contender every time he comes here for the title. And that included Champions Week.
Yeah, a bit like Reece Robinson, who you've already mentioned here
30.
tonight. Multiple time winner, but yet to win a series. There are a few in that bracket. That is not the dart he wanted. That leaves him on 187, so he can stay up top if he wants.
123.
And that is a quintessential Campbell dart. Throwing it so hard that the tungsten said, I will do as you say, master.
96. Scott, you require 127.
This could be a very painful start to the night for Shane Mcgirk.
It's Mcgirk against Scotland in this group. 88.
Game
Campbell
shot,
starts
and
with a
match, Scott
big
Campbell.
win. So when he plays in game number 4 against his fellow Scot, David Sharp, he doesn't even need to win that game anymore to be in the semi-finals again on Saturday night. He's just going to need an amount of legs. But if he were to beat his next opponent, he would win the group. And that is something that Shane Mcgirk really wants now after Campbell wins that one by 4 legs to 1.
Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got out the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife.
Plenty coming up across Pluto TV over the coming hours and days. Once the live darts has finished, we'll be having a look back at the career of James Wade and the latest story of series. Then tomorrow afternoon, we'll be having a look a little bit more into the life of Influencer Darts, some of the highlights from some of the previous events. That will take place tomorrow afternoon. We'll be back with week 5. That's Monday morning from 9:30. The Hammer, Andy Hamilton, the former world finalist, is going to be in action. And of course, we'll be back next Saturday to see who will be the 5th name through to Champions Week in Series 11. We're a couple of games down on this Saturday night, and we've already seen victories for Jamai Vandin-Hik and Shane Mcgirk by 4 legs to 3 and 4 legs to 1 respectively. Two of the favourites to win tonight were the off to perfect starts. Game 3 is a meeting between Kurt Parry and Carl Wilson here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. As you can see, I have left the studio and I am where the fun really is on stage. And as you can hear, the crowd are having a great time tonight. You enjoying yourselves, everyone? I think they need another drink at the bar. But the next game is certainly going to raise the decibel levels because we are going to see Kurt Parry back at the hockey. And for the first time tonight, we're going to see Carl Wilson on the stage here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. He's got his supporters this evening that have made the trip from Tunbridge Wells to cheer him on. It could get a little bit lively in here this evening. Well, for Carl, it's a 3rd time here. It's a 3rd Saturday night, and he's looking to get past the semi-final stages. I caught up with Gok early on this evening as he looks to go one better. Sorry about the cheese. Fair to say, Carl, it was a tough Group B that you were put in this week, but you must have been happy with some of the performances you put in.
Yeah, I put in some good performances. I mean, it's hard, like Lee, good friend of mine, and you make good friends every time you're here, so it gets harder and harder, but I was happy to come out the other end for sure.
I get the sense that you're embracing every single bit about this Super Series experience.
I love it. Like beginning of last year, my aim was to come to the Super Series and give it a try, and now I'm here for my 3rd time, so I count myself lucky to be here.
And I suppose it must be nice as well because it's gone from being somebody who wanted to qualify to get here to now getting invitations outright. Does that add a little bit when you're being asked to come back, that they want you back here?
Yeah, it can do, but I feel honoured. I mean, I've put a lot of hard work in over the past few years and stuff like that, and doing the ADC tours and the Vaults and the Challenge Tour, and it's just slowly building up, so I'm getting better and better, and I think I'm now warranting my invites, so I've just got to keep doing what I'm doing.
So, 3rd time here, 3rd finals night. Semi-finals have been the stage, hasn't it? I suppose for you, natural progress is to go 1 or maybe 2 further tonight, isn't it?
Well, that's the aim. Like, I want to lift that trophy as much as everyone else in that room. My brother has having a little nick saying I'm the next Wayne Mardle, keep getting to a semi-final. So I want to show him that I can go a little bit further.
And considering the form you've been on the ADC tour, I suppose this would be another feather of the cap, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would. It'd be absolutely amazing. I mean, I've got a lot of friends and family here again today, and they support me, so it'd be nice to give it back to them and lift a trophy to have some of my best mates and my family with me to enjoy it with.
Wish you all the best. Carl, good luck tonight.
Thank you very much.
Bullseye. Bada bing, bada boom. Just like that. Double 10 for Wilson. Right in the heart. He protects his throw immediately. This. That'll do.
Show the first leg.
So game 3 of the night is a meeting between Carl Wilson and Kurt Parry, two players that have knocked on the door in the past, but are looking to win for the very first time on a Saturday night on this stage. So let's get into the action then in the company of the commentary team. It is Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
It's a must-win game for Kurt Parry. If he can't find 4 legs in this one, not only will he be out, but Carl Wilson will be through with a game to spare. And so would Jamai Vandin-Hik. So the pressure is firmly on this man. As you can see, he qualifies with a 4-2 win or better because that would achieve the magical 2 points and the positive leg difference. Just a win for Carl. That's all he
Ladies and
needs.
gentlemen, first leg, it's Kurt to throw first. Game on.
And this is the first meeting between these two here this week because they've been swimming in very different pools with different
100.
sharks. Wilson was in Group B and Parry was in Group A and Group C. So they don't know a great deal about each other this week.
85.
But they'll know plenty on reputation.
And the players do watch, don't they? They watch the groups. They like to know what's going on within their week. I know a lot of people say they don't, but it's a very different conversation behind the scenes. But in this scenario, where we've seen
70.
Carl Wilson start a little bit slowly in his Group B campaign, maybe start a little bit edgy at times, is there a
100.
huge advantage here for Kurt Parry in the fact that he's already been on the stage?
Yeah, I think so.
140.
A couple of mystifying
Kurt, you're
performances
121.
from Wilson in his opening games over the last couple of nights. One of those games, he missed 16 darts at a double.
89.
Most of them to win that game, but he was able to recover straight after that and play better, but he would have to wait until game 3 of his campaign the last 2 days
60.
to get his
Kurt,
first
you're
win of the
32.
day. That is something he can't do here.
Game shot in
And
the first
Parry
leg.
takes
Kurt
full
Parry.
advantage of a hot start here.
Second leg, it's Carl to throw first. Game on.
Parry's been here all week with his family. When he's not been playing darts, he's been spending time in Hailing Island.
45.
That's where they used to have darts tournaments in the PDC back in the day.
59.
Yeah, they used to have the PDC events in caravan parks, didn't they? Great Yarmouth was one of the locations in March and November. Perfect time of year to be in a caravan.
125.
And March and November is not an ideal time to be at Butlins, but we still go there.
Remember
60.
those events in Great Yarmouth, and it was that cold, and the heating back in those days was that bad in the caravans. You used to have to put like the cooker and the oven on just to try and get some more heat into the place.
140.
Yeah, it wasn't really a superstar sport back then.
Check. 100.
Yeah, good show of sportsmanship there from Kurt. He understands that Carl was doing the right thing there.
60.
The right thing to do here is to put his foot down.
136.
He was trying to get his 5th 174 of the week right there. He's been a master at doing that.
134. Card required 95.
He's got plenty of time here. 2 visits to make it 1-all. Doesn't have to go double 19. I like this play. He likes the
Game start
result.
Second leg, Carl Wilson.
Looking at 95 like a 3-darter in that spot is absolute genius.
The leg, it's Kurt to throw first.
Especially
Game
because
on.
he's earned that luxury, hasn't he, with the power scoring, leaving Kurt Parry stranded back on the 188.
177.
Don't think he's going to leave him stranded here.
This game is not struggling to deliver.
95.
If Parry wants safe passage to the final four of week 4,
140.
he will need to win 3 of the next 4 legs. Pretty hard to do when Wilson is starting to get his act together here. Averaging 95, but
94.
well, that had everybody taken off guard. He was going 14s a little bit early there, wasn't he?
Well,
96.
just like the last leg, the
Kurt,
player
you
with
require
the throw,
90.
dominant in the scoring phase, earns the right to go his own way.
50.
I get the feeling that Parry's got a few tricks that he hasn't shown the world yet. He might be the Welsh version of Barry Van Peer.
60. Kurt, you acquire 40. Game
Nothing
shot
wrong
in
with
third
his doubling
leg,
here.
Kurt Parry.
Supreme. He does not want to be the first
Fourth leg,
person
it's Carl to
eliminated
throw
tonight.
first. Game on.
He wants somebody else to have that honour.
$38.
Wilson has got the lion's share of the support in the audience. Plenty of people
58.
have made their way from the South London or Kent, Sussex region. They all seem to play in a lot of leagues together. Anywhere from
41.
Maidstone in Kent to Orpington to the southern suburbs of the capital city.
100.
Even down towards Royal Tunbridge Wells, where Wilson actually hails from.
You could tell the support he got when Henry Deacon was on the stage doing his link.
140.
All the signs went up and there's a lot of Carl Wilson written on them. However, right now,
96.
they're firmly on the table. Not too much of a reason to hoist them.
How long's it going to be before we see that young man play here?
134. Kurt, you acquire 167.
Give him 3 years. Maybe even 2.
49.
He's a
Kurt, you
champion,
acquire
that young man.
148.
Someone's going to have to be champion on the stage. This is a big chance for Parry now.
58.
Because if he can
Kurt, you
take
acquire
this out,
118.
he'll be very close to qualifying.
94. Kurt, you acquire 90.
This is now arguably the biggest shot of the night so far. And he takes it in 2 darts.
Carl Wilson.
Astonishing pressure-filled accuracy there from Wilson.
Fifth leg,
Now
it's
if
Kurt
Parry
to throw
wants that
first.
safe
Game on.
passage in this game, guaranteed he has to win this leg and the next.
Well, we know that
100.
different players have different approaches. We saw that with the Group B finale. Lee Cox didn't really know. Scott Campbell did. He knew he needed to win 4-1 or 4-0.
28.
Lee Cox asked the question at the end, did I do enough? From the conversation we've had with Kurt Parry and the way in which he
85.
approaches this game, I think he knows he needs a 4-2, which is why we got that little mini reaction there, because if he wants to guarantee his passage and put it in his own hands, he now knows he's got to win
96.
back-to-back legs.
A little bit earlier on, we said that when there's a 4-3
85.
starting game, even if you win that match, you're not safe. It's very dependent on what happens in game 2 in the group, and then what you're faced with
96.
later.
$48.
Oh, that was a bad dart. He was looking for the 25 or ball. Wilson might be able to find his way back into this leg.
140.
Superb.
$60. Card required 141.
Parry's in trouble.
He's going to get a look at 1, 2, 3.
60.
He might need a bullseye at the end of this. He doesn't even get to the centre.
55.
So Wilson can now take the lead. Double 12.
57.
Shades the wire twice. Parry has been given a second life. Tops. Oh no, it's gone the wrong side of the wire.
Card required 24.
He's pulled it left again.
No score. Kurt required 30.
Interesting. More missed opportunities there for Wilson. And one of the things I was thinking when we saw Wilson approach the hockey there was nervous energy.
Double Goldilocks in this leg.
Game
and finally, Parry finds the right bed. Now we go to leg number 6.
Sixth leg, it's Carl to throw first. Game on.
If Parry wins this leg, he'll be in the semis.
It was interesting. From the 140 of Carl Wilson, there was a bit of a sort of excitement injected into it from his followers here. And as he approached the hockey, we got a great shot of the crowd, and there was nervous, there was sort of hopeful, there was hands on heads, there was sort of hoping you'd hit that shot, and that does transmit sometimes, and that's when you've really got to have your head down, because the people that are here to support you will often feel the emotions more than you do, because you're in control. They're just watching along. There's not much they can do about
140.
it. How good was that double 8, by the way? That first dart at that double. It was very, very close. Arguably too close, and he still
100.
sliced away through. He's got the darts here. Not using them particularly well so far.
78.
But has recovered. It's going to be Wilson who's up against it in the final game of this group if he loses this leg. But this guy's made of such tough stuff. This is to qualify. That was so close to nestling in that 57.
94. Card require 80.
This game of fine margins. It is being seen here tonight. Tops.
Game shot in the sixth leg.
Monstrous. So now the narrative changes. Parry
Seventh and final
can
leg is
only
Kurt to
qualify
first. Game on.
via winning this leg and then having the right result
125.
when he doesn't play in the next game in the group.
And you may have thought you had Carl Wilson beat then, but that was class, wasn't it? Maximum there to lead
60.
the 8. He takes it out. Touch of quality there for Carl Wilson, and that is something he has demonstrated many times
60.
here at the Super Series.
This is what's so great about Saturday nights here. The cutthroat nature.
95.
The story changing after every leg.
$60.
Spends a lot of time on that 60, even when there's a dart in the way. He's only 90 ahead.
81.
He needs a big one.
100.
I'm not sure that's big enough. Wilson's target here will be 132. That might have changed, though.
$42.
What score would you
156.
accept here, Matt?
You just want one treble here, don't you? Get yourself down. 140'd be dreamy.
140.
Oh, what a visit there for Kurt Parry. Knows he'll come back. 3 darts in hand. May get a couple of visits.
89.
Good switching from Wilson,
16.
just in case. But Parry has got double 8 again. This is to stay in the week. Double 2.
12.
Knocked on 3 doors and nobody was home.
34.
I don't think I've ever seen Kurt Parry that mad. Somebody's annoyed
39.
him. That's why he's taking a sip of
Kurt,
water
you
and maybe
require
a big
4.
deep breath. This is still to stay in Group 1. To become the biggest Jamai Vandin-Hik fan
Game
in the
shot.
place.
And the match, Kurt Parry.
He's still alive. He knows a thing or two about tight situations on a Saturday night. He's been in 9-dart shootouts in the past. He's been in finals as an individual and as a pair. And he's still here. But for how long? We'll have to wait until Game 5 to see what happens. But Parry wins by 4 legs to 3. Just about. He is still with us.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the game before the break between Kurt Parry and Carl Wilson went all the way to a last leg. But it was Kurt Parry that was able to hold it together, getting that double two, which gives him a fighter's chance of making it through. The only way he could be eliminated now is courtesy of a 9-dart shootout. This is what we have seen so far. Jamai Vandin-Hik got the better of Kurt Parry by 4 legs to 3. Scott Campbell beat the WDF World Champion Shane Mcgirk by 4 legs to 1. And as you can see there, Parry 4, Wilson 3 means a 9-dart shootout is still a possibility in Group 1 if Wilson can beat Jamai by that particular scoreline. So game 4 of the evening sees our last player we haven't seen tonight in action, and that player is David Sharp. He topped Group C on his debut here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth yesterday afternoon. And he takes on a good friend of his in Scott Campbell. These two adversaries back home in Scotland, but they duke it out on the Super Series stage tonight. Scott, of course, made it through to the semi-finals of Champions Week last time out, and he's looking to make it through to the semi-finals tonight, having got that impressive win against the reigning WDF World Champion to kick his night off. But let's hear from David Sharp now. I caught up with him earlier on this evening to talk about his debut week so far. Well, Dave, it's been great watching you here on debut here at the Super Series over the last couple of days. You must have been really, really pleased with some of the performances that you put in.
Well, I'm definitely pleased, but it was very nerve-wracking. I think the second day was more nervous than the first day, but I think that was just because where I landed after the first day.
I suppose as well for yourself, this must be completely alien territory. I can imagine, have you ever played in anything like this before?
Oh, never. So it was big for me, just like the cameras, the knowing that there was so many thousands of people watching is very nerve-wracking.
Is it also a little bit more daunting as well? Because on a Thursday and Friday, there's no people in the auditorium. Is it a weirder challenge? I know there's people watching, but you can't physically see them in the audience.
Well, I've played in front of crowds before, but like I say, never in front of cameras. But I've played in front of crowds before. I've played like Phil Taylor and players like that in exhibitions, and so I'm quite used to people being there.
In terms of tonight, how are you going to treat it this evening? Is it a bit of a free hit, see how it goes, or is this all out for the title?
Personally, for me, it's a bit of both. It's a bit of a free hit, but I also want to do my best to try and maybe lift that title at the end of the night.
And some of the form that you've been in build up to this, we got a fair few people tipping you up, saying how good you were. So I just want to talk about your background a little bit in terms of darts back home.
I just do my normal. I play local leagues. I've played the ADC for the last. I couldn't even tell you how long, to be fair. I enjoy the ADCs depending on where you're playing. But yeah, just normal local leagues. I play with Greg Ritchie, Darren Beveridge, players like that. So it gives me a chance to practice pretty well.
How much would Sharpie like to leave his mark come the end of tonight?
Well, Sharpie would love to leave his mark, believe me. That would be the absolute cherry on the cake.
I wish you all the very best, David. Good luck tonight.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
Beautiful checkout. It might be his group after all.
I get back up, get up and go, I stay ready for more. Go to the toe, I level the
Sharp. He finds what Kevin couldn't. Everything is working out for the Scots.
See, now we going high stakes. This ain't
Well, I'm speechless. He hasn't played very well in that leg, but he's still found an 18 darter.
I can't get influence when I'm near influence. No genre music.
It's a week of firsts as far as David Sharp is concerned here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. He takes on Scott Campbell, somebody he's very well acquainted with. It is game number 4 of the night, and he's going to be watching the company of Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
Anybody for a full Scottish dinner, not breakfast? That's what we got on the menu right here. And I think Scott Campbell really likes this menu because this is something he can get his teeth into. David Sharp has now got 2 opportunities to get into the semis on debut. Campbell needs 2 legs to qualify. Very different scenario to what we've just seen from Group 1. But this man could qualify if he beats the Scotland captain 4 legs to 0.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
You think about great Scottish rivalries over the years. Maybe this is going to be a Super Series rivalry in the next couple of years.
He's had to wait a long
91.
time, though, hasn't he, David Sharp, for this? He's been in the back room, watching the action unfold. Could be a strength, could be a weakness.
140.
Allows him just to settle in tonight, allows him to see what others are doing. He goes up there knowing what he needs to do, and it means his fixtures are very condensed.
80.
Is it a strange twist of fate that Campbell needs 2 legs in this game, and when he played his last group game last night, it was actually Lee Cox that needed 2 legs against him?
Strange how things go, isn't it? That's why I guess you get some very superstitious dart players, of which we know from interview earlier on this evening, Shane Mcgirk is not one of.
I don't buy that. I think he is. He just doesn't know it. And one thing's for sure, Shane Mcgirk in this group is in trouble.
180.
His best route to qualifying is Campbell winning this match, and then he has a shootout against Sharp, who really has started beautifully. They both have.
41.
He's throwing very well. Double 16. Gives him that first leg in 12. His first Saturday night leg is completed in 4 visits.
Second leg, it's David
Dare
to
you
throw
say
first.
some
Game
sharp shooting?
You're not going to see him tie Scott Campbell in knots, are you? With some sharp shooting.
91.
But if he plays the way he did in that first leg, he's going to start so much better than any first game of this week, because yesterday he would admit he played
91.
poorly in his Friday game 1. He looked lost, but eventually he figured it out.
He looked very nervous, didn't he? Very edgy.
81.
Really wanted the opportunity to get here. Very popular character, wasn't he, Peter Wachuri? I'm sure there'll be a lot of people agreeing with that sign, but I mean, our assessment at the start of the day was very much, what are we going to get from David Sharp? It had question marks. Is he going to be nervous? Is he going to be overawed by the situation? He mentioned in his interview, didn't he, how he's never really played in anything like this before. He's played exhibitions, but they're very different. A lot of the time, there's not really sort of cameras and the focus all going like it does here at the Super Series.
99.
He has referenced the cameras a couple of times. You go to exhibitions and those cameras are not pointing at you. They're usually behind you.
99.
And he knows on the other side of those cameras there's a lot of support. We've seen the support. We've been tagged in tweets, in Facebook posts from his friends and family and teammates and supporters back home, who was very, very confident that he was going to get this far, and they're confident he's going to get further.
How much further? Ball.
105.
Weight of dart was
Got it for
perfect.
130.
Campbell needs the same. That micro step to his right. I'm not even sure that step needed to be found, but he finds the 130 on the ball. The equaliser is his. That means that Sharp is not going to get that 4-0 victory to automatically qualify.
The leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
We do have the possibility of a 9-dart shootout in Group 1. What about a night with 2, Matt?
91.
Never been done before. Be good to see something new, something for the first time. I'm sure the players don't want to be a part of that moment of history, but I'd like to see that.
55.
It's interesting as well. We've talked and we've heard the players now. We've heard from all of them in interview. 4 of the 6 players all use the same words. It's been an up and down, in and out week. But we say Saturday's the time to produce the best. Scott Campbell in his Group B campaign played 8 games and took out 1 ton plus checkout. He's already got 2 this evening. He is stepping it up significantly. The 127 to win the match against Shane Mcgirk. The 130 to get him back in the match now.
I think in and out can be a good thing. It's a great movie. And also a great burger. So I'm told. But let's say this
59.
second group of the night does go to a 9-dart shootout. You would back Campbell. He has a 180 average.
45.
In 9-dart shootouts. 2 visits, 2 maximums. Scott's your uncle.
There's one thing we've learnt about him during his time at the Super Series over the last 12 months.
121.
He has bottle.
Sharp is starting to lose track. If you look in the background, Campbell is surveying this situation as much as he needs to. He's not watching every dart. He's just figuring out what Sharp is up to right now, and he's not up to the task here in leg 3.
77.
He'll be back for double 16.
We will use the word surveying, watching. Shane McGirk's going to be watching this with a lot of interest in the back room, and he'll be liking what he sees. For Shane McGirk, the ideal situation here is Scott Campbell wins, which sets up a straight shootout between himself and David Sharp.
135.
That's what he'll be hoping for right now.
Game shot
We
the third
are
leg. Scott
not
Campbell.
going to get a 9-dart shootout in Group 2.
Fourth
But we
leg,
might
it's
still get a
David to throw
shootout.
First. Game up.
If Campbell gets 2 more legs. He's starting to feel confident.
Spent
Spent a bit of time on the hockey this week, Campbell. Spent some time at the stove as well, playing chef for numerous people. He's starting to cook up a storm here.
43.
Because there are storms brewing in the local area, but this is an indoor sport. We don't care about the weather outside. We care about the storm inside.
92.
Yeah, one of the players, isn't he, that really pride themselves on a bit of hospitality, a little bit of private cheffery.
100.
There's quite a few players, isn't there? I remember one year Devon Peterson put on Twitter, didn't he, his leg of lamb that he did at Christmas. It looked very much like something I'd like to participate in.
19.
All ages here on a Saturday night. It's great to see such a family affair here.
40.
He might be inspired tonight. And when he wakes up tomorrow, he wants a dartboard. Might already have one. He may think to himself, I can do that.
58.
Considering David Sharp started with a 12-dart leg, which is an average of 125.
58.
He's plummeted. It's still a very decent number that he's on right now after 3 legs. Can't be bothered to wave, just get someone to do it for you.
100.
And that was a signal, maybe, for the next 180 in this match, and Sharp seems to have woken up.
30. David, you require 12.
This game really is the poster child for the week that we've had.
Game
very up and down from both players. We've had 2 games go the distance. This might be the third.
Scott to throw first.
Well, like you said, Matt, Mcgirk is very nervous watching this one. He really wants the Scotland captain to get one over on sharp.
Now, when we asked Scott Campbell about how much he knew going into that game with Lee Cox, he said straight away, I knew the score, I knew what I needed to do. He weren't sure if Lee did, but he knew. And I'm guessing that in this situation, he'd have known exactly the same. He'd have asked the questions, he'd have worked out the permutations.
28.
He'd have known that he needed to get to 2 legs. And with that, is there a danger that potentially once you've done that, it's going to mess completely with the adrenaline levels at trying to complete the fixture?
Can change things when you have got to that magical number. And after speaking to Scott last night, with the amount of experience he's got, he's so adept at knowing all of the permutations. So maybe you're right, Matt. Maybe when you've accomplished something,
87.
biologically speaking, something changes because Campbell has got the 2 legs he needs. Just a bit of a disturbance in the crowd and both players stood back. The right thing to do. The thing is, you have got the 2 legs you want, but you still want to win the game. You want to win the group, don't you? You want to have the darts in the semi-final.
It could make a massive difference. When we've looked at how many games have gone the distance this week, we've had a lot of 4-3s, and I think we're going to get plenty more because the levels are so similar between the players that when it goes to 3-3, absolutely you want the darts. Could be the deciding factor.
What a weird leg this is for Sharp.
100.
Scores of 28, 87, and 180.
Well, the positive is it was getting better throw after throw. The negative is it can't get any better from here.
100.
Still pretty useful.
$61. David, you require 106.
If Sharp wins this game, things are going to get very, very complicated. But we don't mind that. We've got the trusty abacus. We get it dusted off every Saturday morning. It might be
38.
needed.
Scott, you require 140.
We have had some Ton Plus checkouts tonight, but not to this tune. And we're going to have to wait for something of that size.
100.
Maybe
David, you require 68.
127 will be the biggest one of the night. That was from Campbell in his first match. To take the lead with a break, it's double 16.
36. Scott, you require 40.
Just feels that Razor is a little vulnerable here and susceptible to his captain.
Game
That
shot
double
the fifth
10 has
leg.
been
Scott
such an
Campbell.
ally at times on this stage. It's a somewhat fortunate hold because he could have easily
Fifth
been
leg is
broken.
David to throw first. Game on.
Especially when David hit that 180, it looked the most likely outcome. But I think you summed it up perfectly after the max when he went, what a strange leg.
60.
No consistency. Poor visit, okay visit, brilliant visit, okay visit, 2 more poor visits. It's very much up the hill, then down.
I'm going to go back to it because 4 players said it in their
41.
interviews. That's how they've all described the week so far. It's just crying out, isn't it, for one player just to show that bit of quality and grab this group and grab this week by the neck. And we thought that was going to be Shane Mcgirk.
134.
The evidence of what we saw in his Group B campaign. It still could be. Certainly if Scott Campbell is to go and win this match.
That is one of those 140s that is really becoming a calling card. You have to be so good at this game to be able to do that.
100.
Such a weapon to have. Maybe a third of the bed to aim for. And he trusts that he can find it not once but twice. Not this time. Is it going to be yet another night of 4 threes? In this series, only one final has been won by 4 legs to 3. That was the first one. The final where Danny Ayres could have won, but Jeff Smith pipped him. Since then, the finals have been very one-sided affairs for Scott Taylor and for John O'Shea.
81. David, you require 150.
Probably go to the 18s again. I say probably because
76.
some players might have used the 14s in this position. He probably will when he comes back.
$84. David, you require 74.
This is to stay in this match. Double top. Doesn't have to move too much.
34. Scott, you require 112.
Campbell's through to the semi-finals. But if he hits this, he'll be through as group winner.
Dream shot, this 112. 2 darts at the treble you've been throwing at the whole game. Take your pick.
Game shot.
He takes his pick.
Scott Campbell.
And Scott Campbell has bossed Group 2, winning both of his games. And that is good news for him, but also good news for Shane Mcgirk, who now has a shootout game with David Sharp in Game 6 of the night. So he will take a collective breath. And David Sharp is going to need his second game of the night to cooperate if he's going to make the semis on debut. But one person is through to the semis. As for the other group, very much up for interpretation.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGirk.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. This is what we have seen so far. And as far as Group 2 is concerned, Scott Campbell has won 2 out of 2, which means that he is through to the semi-finals. It means that the 6th game of the night between David Sharp and Shane McGirk is going to be a shootout to dictate who is going to make it into the Final Four. As far as the first group is concerned, pretty much every permutation is in play as Carl Wilson takes on Jamai Vandin-Hik, the Dutchman who is on debut here at the Live Lounge in Ports. It's been an impressive 2025 for him so far. And earlier on this week, we caught up with him to get to know him a little bit better.
I'm really excited to play the weekly final. I love all the people that's in the darts, and yeah, also the game is just very interesting. The most memorable match would probably be against Chris Dobie in Birmingham. I happened to win the tournament there.
6 points for the day might become 8.
Game shot
and it's sealed on double.
How many 9 darts have I hit? Only 1 in-game, obviously, on the Challenge Tour, and 3 on practice.
Well, he's only 22 though, and we don't know where his career is going to go from here, but he looks really comfortable up there.
180!
I did remember my first 180. It was when I was 16. The emotions that got into me, I instantly went to my dad. I brought him to my board and said, I hit a 180.
He might finish this off. Not just the game, but the group.
It's double 8.
Shot
and Jamai Vandin-Hik.
Winning Group A really meant a lot, especially after seeing Group B, and I've said that already. What am I pleased with this week? With how I played. I mean, the good games were there, and I'm glad that I got to show them. What would get into me if I won the title? Oh, I would probably cry on stage. It would mean the world.
Certainly a young man with his eyes on the prize, but this is how he would make it through to the semi-finals. He comes through with a win against Carl Wilson. Even with a 4-3 defeat, he would get himself into a shootout. Anything more, he would be eliminated. So Carl Wilson needs to win 4-2 or better to guarantee his place into the semis. A win 4-3 would mean that there'd be a 9-dart shootout. And that's the only way Kurt Parry can be eliminated from the mix. At the bottom of that graphic, that's how Group 2 is going to be decided. Fairly simple. Shootout between Sharp and McGirk. We'll get to that when we get there in game number 6. But let's get into this game then in front of a packed out crowd here at the wonderful Live Lounge in Portsmouth on this Saturday evening. Let's get into the action then in the company of your commentary team. It's Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
Yes, let's get it on. It couldn't be more complicated, Henry, but we're ready. We are very much looking forward to what happens next. And we did warn Jamai Vandin-Hik a little bit earlier on that if you win 4-3 in your first game, you're not safe. Carl Wilson knows that a 4-2 win or better will put him through with Kurt Parry. This could be a bit of a baptism of fire for Jamai, because he still needs to find the W.
Game on.
Because if he gets 3 legs, it'll be a shootout. And not between 2 people. It'll be between 3.
140.
And if you want warning signs, you've got to look at the Group B campaign of Carl Wilson, who got better as the campaign went on.
80.
It got better day by day, game by game. Started off slow, lost his first 2 both days, then found his best. Maybe found his best when he felt he
96.
needed his best. That's probably how he's going to feel right now.
That's a nice message. I think anybody who is
60.
a friend or a member of the family of Wilson should be proud of him. He's worked so hard just to get here, and since he came here for the first time,
133.
he's proved himself. He's
91.
not been up against Vandin-Hik this week. He's got him in his sights, though.
You'll be aware of him, won't you, and aware of the quality, because Carl Wilson is one of the players
80.
that's been playing on the Challenge Tour. So we'll be aware of him, as Vandin-Hik has picked up a title on that system this year.
100.
Carl's a winner as well. Championship Tour winner in the ADC, and they are hard. 88.
36.
Early
Jamai
chance
170.
for Jamai, but it would be the first 170 of the week.
$130.
He asks the
Carry
question.
16.
That's the second 130 of the night.
No score.
It just
Jamai
goes to
require
show
40.
you shouldn't give up in a leg. If your opponent makes a mistake, you can swoop.
Game
Swoop
shot in
he
the first
does.
leg. Jamai Vandin-Hik.
He had the darts in the first game of the night, and now, effectively, he has got them in this one.
Second leg, it's Jamai to throw first. Game on.
This is what we were saying earlier on in the night, wasn't it? No scar tissue, just all gain, all positive. Lots of exciting things on the
57.
horizon for him. He's already mentioned that he's going to be back here at the Super Series. He's going to be hoping for some Pro Tour call-ups. He's going to be hoping to be challenging for those
81.
tour cards that will be on offer. That coming from the PDC Challenge Tour. And we don't know what the World
96.
Championship qualifying criteria is, but we know there are places that are available on the Challenge Tour. We just don't know how many.
One thing we haven't mentioned
96.
this week until now, and I've saved it until now just in case, is maybe Vandin-Hik can do something very similar
96.
to Bradley Roos. Bradley Roos is a weekly winner here. When he won Series 7 Week 3, he beat David Cameron
100.
in the final. David Cameron is a senior major champion. In the semi-finals, he beat Andy Hamilton. He's a 3-time major runner-up. He's now a weekly champion after winning in the previous series as well. Jeff Smith was here that night. He's a 2-time North American champion.
100. Jamai got 112.
It's not just about CVs when you come here. If you're in form, you can beat anyone.
96. Card require 124.
Wilson's on the back foot. He's got to spring forward somehow. The bull.
90. Jamai requires 16.
There are some very nervous people in the audience.
Game shot.
Even more nervous now.
Vandin-Hik.
There has to be a response, and sometime soon.
The leg is called to throw first. Game on.
As far as I'm aware, I don't think he's got many people with him. Kevin Lankhausen in the crowd from Belgium might be his sole supporter in the audience.
140. $140.
Cool as something you called him earlier. Cool as a cucumber.
Not even sure where that comes from. How many cucumbers you got in your fridge, Matt?
125.
0.
Ditto.
60.
Full of lots of different flavours of pop.
Yeah, mine's full of butter. I'm not going to say he's cool as butter. Just doesn't make any sense.
45.
It's getting desperate now for Carl Wilson. Time is running out.
134.
That was quite an anxious look over to the scoreboard, wasn't it? The time is now.
101. Jamai
Yeah, if this was an episode of Days of Our Lives, the Sands would be running out in the top half.
100. Card require 90.
He might get a shot at the bull again. It's better than that.
Game
he
shot
loves
the
that
third leg.
checkout.
Go, Wilson. Fourth leg, it's Jamai to throw first.
Well, that was assured.
Game on.
It wasn't aggressive. It was wise, but assured. And just what he needed.
97.
3 legs into the game. Are you feeling the 9-dart shootout, Matt?
I think Carl Wilson's going to need to find a big leg
57.
somewhere. To get a breaker throw, I feel, he's going to need something around the 4-visit mark.
100.
Might have to be in this leg. If that's the case, this is going to have to be a brilliant score. If you go 3-1 down, you need to win the next 3 legs straight.
60.
He was saying earlier to Henry Deacon that he loves playing here. He loves the challenge.
98.
But people like Lee Cox, people like Carl Wilson, they love playing here. They love the challenge, yes. But this place can also break you in 2.
85. $100.
This young man is showing immeasurable levels of composure. He's had one bad day this week.
99. Jamai require 106.
And he still won 2 games from 5. That was Monday. Since then, he's been unflappable.
90.
He's got time here to put himself a leg away. A leg away from the match, a leg away from the semi-finals. A leg away from topping the group and having the throw in the semi-finals. Said earlier, it's all gain. It's all positive.
Game shot in the fourth
Continues to be
leg.
the
Jamai
case.
Vandin-Hik.
Not necessarily negative.
Fifth leg is called to throw first.
But
Game
Wilson
on.
really is clinging on here. This is fingernail stuff. The only way he can qualify now for the semi-finals
58.
is via a 9-dart shootout.
I suppose the positive for him, though, to pick out here is he only needs the 1 breaker throw.
99.
He will have the throw in 2 out of the 3 legs. The problem is, he's going to have to find a lot more power scores because Vandin-Hik is just consistent at finding that treble with every visit.
If he loses this game, he doesn't need to be a darting professor to figure out where it's gone
140.
It's been the first 2 games of his day. If he loses this match, it will be 3 days played, 3 days where he's lost his first 2 matches. If it is his fate, he'll learn from it.
78.
He will evolve. That's the way he works. That dart on the floor could have been really costly.
134.
Good darts there from Wilson. This is where the comeback has got to be good
96.
and continuous.
Card required 44.
Good scoring in this first leg of the comeback. It needs an end product.
Game
and that is what that is.
Carl Wilson.
1 down, 2 to go for Carl Wilson for the ultimate turnaround.
Game on.
If you're Kurt Parry in the practice room right now, someone who has been in 2 9-dart shootouts, what's he thinking?
Not again.
140.
Yeah, more emphasis on the not. He wants Vandin-Hik to win this leg.
60.
Just get it done. I'll see you in the final, young man. That's probably what he's thinking.
131.
Jamai averaging 98. 5.5 legs in.
131.
This is a terrific performance against a very, very good player.
95.
He's got history of this. His final game in Group A was his best performance of the week. It was a personal best
60,
recorded average.
135.
And he needed to win that match.
The luxury of a setup play.
59.
Chips it down, brings it down. Wilson, you feel, needs 2 trebles here to put any form of pressure on this match-winning shot here from Vandin-Hik, and this is perfect from Carl Wilson.
123.
But is it too late?
76.
3 from 7 so far. 4 out of anything will do. He
60.
nearly hit double 11. That's probably why his
127.
second effort for the match was so low. What a save this would be. Double 8.
111.
That could have been heroic.
Jamai requires 16.
And that same double could send him packing. And that's what it does.
Jamai Vandin-Hik.
Carl Wilson's first game against Jamai Vandin-Hik this week has sent him out of week number 4. And that young man from the Netherlands, the 22-year-old, with minimal support in the audience, has found his way to winning Group 1, which means he will be in the first semi-final and he will have the darts. Masterfully done, and he takes Kurt Parry with him. That's confirmation of it. Wilson eliminated. Parry through as the runner-up of the group. Jamai Vandin-Hik is your Group 1 winner.
Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie McGuire, 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side.
60.
To become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
Got
done.
in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
It's a B for his second tub plus checker of the night. Double 16. Magnificent. And that is a hammer blow applied by the hammer. He's done it once. Twice. 3 times
on the
tonight,
full
darter
flag.
for Conor Heenahan. Is it as easy as 1, 2, 3? To open up a 3-2 lead? Yes, it is. It's a second tub plus check out of the match there for Justice.
Look at this, tops for Cole. And he's off to a flyer.
Tops.
Collie one more dart, double 16. He kisses in off the barrel, and Reece Collie has finally got over the line.
So week 5 gets underway on Monday morning. Carl Sneed's had a very good year on the Challenge Tour in 2025 and he'll fancy his chances of a first weekly title. Andy Hamilton will make his return to the live lounge stage, as well as a debut for David Fathom of the United States. In Group B, Justin Smith, Reece Collie and Conor Heenahan are all former weekly winners and will look to do so for a second time. Whilst in Group C, Kelvin O'Keefe, well, let's hope he's got his calculator at the ready. Michael Huntley of Wales will be popular with a few in the crowd here tonight, and Brandon Walsh also in action, 9:30 a.m. Pluto TV. Right, let's get into Game 6 of our evening then. It's a meeting between Shane Mcgirk and David Sharp, and it is a straight shootout for a place through to the semi-finals. The knockout darts, well, it begins right here, right now. In the commentary box, it is Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Thanks, Henry. This one is a lot less complicated than the last one. But one thing we can tell you is that our second semi-final will involve Scott Campbell and Kurt Parry. Interestingly, Kurt has not beaten Scott this week in 3 meetings. But where have we said that before already? This is a game where the WDF champion just needs to win,
Thank you, ladies and
but then
gentlemen.
so
First
does
leg
David
is
Sharp.
to throw first. Game on.
Knockout Darts has come early to the group phase. And this is the last of the group games before we go into, officially, Knockout Darts.
100.
I always look at this scenario and just think, quarter-final. If you're in this play, if you're Shane Mcgirk, if you're David Sharp, you just think, right, quarters, semis, final.
59.
It's that simple. However, Shane Mcgirk didn't produce tonight like he has done the last couple of days. And that was quite some time ago.
57.
He only got a double in that game against Scott Campbell. It's quite a long time to sit and ponder in the back room for him. Maybe he'd have wanted to get up a little bit
41.
quicker.
Lots of time to ponder, but also lots of time to try and figure out what went wrong. I suppose it depends what kind of mindset you're in
140.
post that game as to whether a good hour's break is a good or a bad thing.
Yeah, especially because if you can't quite work out what
100.
went wrong, it's just time replaying that sort of negative experience over and over.
Yeah, it's a bit like having an exam when you're at school. If you've got all the answers in your head, you think this is a great amount of time. But if you haven't got the answers, you can actually hear the ticking of the clock.
100. David, you got 108.
Stronger start from the Scot.
94.
I don't think he threw that one very well. That came out a little bit floppy.
And he'd probably been hoping he missed on the
59.
outside.
David, you require 14.
Rather than come in here for the 777. Not one that traditionally gets a lot of airtime.
Game shot in the first leg.
Just about
David
did there.
Sharp.
We were almost zooming in on double 19 there.
Second leg, it's Shane to throw first. Game on.
But the night continues in the same form here for Shane Mcgirk. Yet to get going.
100.
The last 2 days, we've spoke glowingly about the man from Ireland. We speak about him in such esteem.
55.
But I wonder if something else is afoot here tonight. Is he learning to possibly do something
125.
else? If he can figure out how to get out of this, if he can turn what feels like a bad day into a great day, what would that say about him? Because he's already back against the wall here.
60.
Absolutely. We've talked about players developing different levels, different gears, and not always having to rely on being at their best to get through things.
44.
Do you know what Ryan Reynolds said once?
Do you want to buy Wrexham?
You know, he didn't even know Rob McElhenney before they bought Wrexham.
180.
It's the first thing they ever did together. Do you want to buy a football club? Oh, okay. But he once said in one of his movie roles, don't have a great day. Actually, I've just said it wrong. Don't have a good day, have a great day.
Free Guy. I actually get that one. I've seen that film.
You've come as blue shirt
38.
guy
Shane, you
tonight.
require 36.
Okay, double 4.
Game shot in the second leg.
Good
Shane
plan,
Mcgirk.
and he executed it really well.
Third leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
Is that your new nickname, Matt? Blue shirt guy.
I'll take it.
Better than Rafty Coxey, isn't it? Yes, that will always be a Series 11
100.
Week 4 classic. The invention of Rafty Coxey.
$140.
Whoever said AI is going to ruin society obviously didn't think about what was possible. But this game is still being played by human beings.
60.
And that's what makes it so thrilling. That first start is starting to happen. This is bad news for Sharp. Look what happens when he finds it.
This is the quality we know he's got. This is the quality he's been demonstrating in Group B. And what his supporters have been waiting to see. He's in control here on the Sharp throw.
This one is turning into
87.
A Ned Flanders doorbell. A diddly ding dong.
91.
We
Shane,
may
you
even
cry
be
94.
approaching the old James Bond doorbell. Dong. Ding dong. That's a Mark Webster joke, by the way. I'm not taking credit for that one.
David, you got 110.
Sharp is going to need to hit this. Mcgirk will not miss double four again. That's the feeling.
$86.
We're about to find out.
Shane, you got 8.
This is for a break of throw. And he
James
doesn't
on
miss
the
double
third
four
leg,
again.
Shane Mcgirk.
Champions of his note love repetition.
Fourth leg, it's Shane.
Whole
to
demeanour's
throw
changed
first.
about
Game
Shane
up.
McGirk, hasn't it, over the last 5 minutes? That last game, looking around the room, distracted. The opening leg here just didn't quite zone in, wasn't quite
140.
focused. And the last couple of legs, it's as if he's just gone into a very small bubble.
$100.
That first dart has been so good over the last leg and a half.
137.
He's almost been planting it in the same puncture wound. I didn't know we had a ceiling cam.
96.
Look at that for a 60. Yeah, plenty of people out there not having a snack during this game.
39.
If they get hungry,
Shane,
the only thing they can eat are fingernails. Another brilliant first dart. He just did not entertain any thought of taking that out. He's got this game right in the palm of his hand right now. That's how he's feeling.
And that's the experience, and that's essentially what he was talking about, where he said, I feel like I don't have to prove
60.
anything.
Shane,
Doesn't
you
need
got
to do it in that
24.
shot. Knows he's in control. Doesn't matter when he wins it. Just get it won. You tend to find people chase things down because they look at the average. They want that
Game
average.
starting the fourth
Shane
leg.
McGirk just
Shane
wants to win.
McGirk.
And he's a leg away from getting it.
What's he going to get if he gets a big average here?
Fifth leg, it's David.
He could
to
have a
throw
big average and
first.
lose. He'd rather have this
Game up.
96 average, a 3-1 lead, and the confidence he's building here tonight. This is a winner stays on situation.
95.
Whoever wins this game will play Jamai Vandin-Hik in the first semi-final, albeit after a short break.
And I think that would
83.
suit Shane McGirk, the way he's playing right now. Just to go off, quick refreshment, use the loo, what he needs to do, straight back on. I think that'd be perfect.
That's what you get
100.
at PDC Pro events and Challenge Tour events. The official will come up to you and say, well played, you've got 7 minutes
100.
before you're expected on this board. That's how it works. On the Pro Tour, sometimes it was shorter than that. You got 5 minutes. Come straight back.
139.
Great thinking from Sharp. That teaches us something about him. There's nothing wrong with his counting.
57. David, you got 167.
Is he going to be tempted? He could have stayed up top.
89.
If he'd found 120 with the first 2 darts, he could have hit a 15 or a 7. But I think autopilot took over there.
131. David requires 78.
May just need this. Mcgirk has got something very, very makeable. If you consider the centre of the 20.
22.
That second dart is missed by some distance. This could be the knockout punch. It's not good enough. He surrounds
90.
that 60.
David requires 56.
And angrily gets the bull. He's on tops now.
Game
He's
shot
not
the 5th
done
leg.
yet.
David Sharp. Sixth leg, it's Shane to throw first.
Not a
Game
hungry
up.
bunch tonight. No bagels. Every game is very competitive. In fact, the shortest game was when Shane lost
134.
to Scott Campbell in game 2 of the night.
But we've said for many times to Shane Mcgirk in 2025,
60.
when he needs to show up, when he needs to time something, he often does. That time is here and now. Get the job done. Doesn't want to go to a last leg shootout here where Sharp would have the
100.
throw.
Is that your way of saying, say his name and he will appear?
I think there's a lot of people that believe in Shane Mcgirk.
45. $77.
Now, does Sharp believe that he can get out of this? Probably not.
29.
Considering his numbers, what he's just done, and who he's up against. It may just be a matter of
100.
time. That's a wonderful last dart. His darts do lean a little bit left, so maybe that's a little easier than it first appears.
45.
But Sharp's got nothing in
Shane requires
response
90.
here. Mcgirk, all the time he needs.
He even got the luxury of 2 25s
70.
and another visit. I think that's a risky play. What if he gets a bullseye and leaves 15? And about.
140. Shane requires 20.
Is that the last visit of his week? Is Shane progressing?
Game
Of course
start
he
and the
is.
match, Shane Mcgirk.
After a scare earlier on, Shane Mcgirk found himself in a fortunate shootout with David Sharp, who wasn't up to the task this time. It has been an impressive debut for the Scot, but Shane Mcgirk eyes another prize a little bit later on in the evening. Mcgirk wins by 4 legs to 2 and progresses to the first semi-final against Jamai Vandin-Hik.
Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2 darter.
26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage, approaching the Oki with a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Gay wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires 79.
This is it. It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the group stage action here on this Saturday night has come to a close, and it sees the reigning WDF World Champion Shane Mcgirk make it into the semi-finals. He was involved in a last game shootout with David Sharp to ensure his place through. Elsewhere, we saw progression for Scott Campbell, 2 wins for him over the course of the evening, as well as Kurt Parry and Jamai Vandin-Hik in the first group of the night. So we now know the 4 players that are into the semi-finals. This is how the order of play looks for it. Jamai Vandin-Hik will take on Shane Mcgirk. Scott Campbell is up against Kurt Parry, and then we'll see the final in around about an hour's time here on the South Coast. We've been watching all of the darts this evening in the company of the former Players Champion, the asset Paul Nicholson, who joins me here on stage now. And look, we expected it to be a tight and nervy finals night. I think it's fair to say it's kind of lived up to that billing so far.
Yeah, some people have turned up and some people have just been a little bit behind the 8 ball, but you've got to give Scott Campbell a lot of credit. He's been out of practice coming into this week. He decided to take a bit of a break mid-season, but when he turned up, he's worked really hard just to make tonight the first time that he's shown a great deal of authority. It was in his group. And now he's got the darts in the semi-finals. Anything is possible.
Is he one of those players that maybe he's peaking at the right time? He's admitted at the start of the week did not go to plan, but now it's getting to Saturday, now it's getting to the business end. And I suppose the fact as well, he's had 5 days of darts under his belt. Is this being timed perfectly from his perspective?
Possibly. I think we can say a lot of things in retrospect in about 90 minutes. But the thing is, it does feel like he's playing his best darts of the week right now. We know his ceiling. It's about 109, 110. We've seen that in a Champions Week not so long ago. If he can find a little bit more of that, he's going to cause problems for the 2 people that he might play tonight.
In terms of Shane Mcgirk, did he show the qualities of a world champion in that game against David Sharp in terms of just shutting the door, not letting David have many opportunities?
He's the one who looked the more comfortable of the 2. Shane had his worst performance of the week, let's put it that way, in his first group game. He's had a bit of time to go backstage and figure it out. He's come back here, and his first dart in that second game was irresistible. As soon as he gets that right, everybody's got problems. And I'm not just talking about people here. I'm talking about people he plays wherever he goes. So his confidence will be up. And now he hasn't got much time before he plays in the semis.
Now he's going to be in action in a few moments' time in the first semi-final, and he is going to be taking on Jamai Vandin-Hik in that particular semi-final. I just want to get your take on how Jamai is settled into the week. We said on Monday it took him a few games to acclimatise, but this big stage he now looks so at home on, and this evening where things could have got a little bit nervy, he showed a lot of maturity for somebody so young, didn't he?
We use this word a lot at this point in time, and this place is no different. It's about fast-tracking. We've got people in the crowd tonight who are fast-tracking their own careers in their own ways. But the thing about Jamai, when we get to know him a little bit better, like we have over the last couple of days talking to this young man, he's been raised superbly well in the Netherlands, in a great country for sports people to thrive. He plays for enjoyment. He doesn't play for trophies. He doesn't play for medals. He doesn't play for money. He plays because he wants to play. That is dangerous for other people because they might have different motives. He just wants to be here to play against great players, and he's beating them. So, is there any reason why he can't win tonight? Absolutely not.
Kurt Parry, the other player, into the semi-finals. In terms of the way he's going about his week, it just feels like every single thing we look at, whether it's a Group C, a Group A, or whether it's tonight, he's doing it the hard way, isn't he?
Well, he is a hard worker, and at the end of this game with Carl Wilson, this was tough. He'd already missed darts to make sure that he was in at least a 9-dart shootout. But look at that double two, it's right in the middle. That was one of the best darts he's thrown this week because of the position he was in, the pressure he was under. But no, Kurt Parry has never done anything the easy way. So why should tonight be any different?
Well, those are the 4 semi-finals. We're going to break away from tonight's action for a second and reveal the next nation here at international pairs. We said Sweden would be involved in the action on Wednesday. Perhaps no prizes for guessing maybe one of the players that's going to be representing them.
We know Harrison loves the ball.
He's going to need treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible. Finds it, and it is Anton who takes the time.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Andreas Harrison to win the game!
Andreas Harrison!
Save that one for the next leg. Oh, this is incredible. This is outstanding. This is Anton Östlund at his very, very best. This could be the moment, though. That is how to do it.
He's only gone and done it again to save the match. He did it yesterday with a 144.
Two former weekly winners in the form of Andreas Harrison and Anton Östlund will represent Sweden. Of course, Andreas Harrison, former series champion here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and 4 nations out of 12 already announced, and we got 3 different continents involved. We've got the defending champions in the Netherlands in there as well. Without disrespect to the first international pairs, which was a rip-roaring success, you look at the lineup already for international pairs too, and it just looks elite, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. You look at some of the other team events that are happening around the world, and things like Europe Cups, World Cups in the WDF. Obviously, the PDC World Cup is next week in Frankfurt. The pairings, the team dynamics. People are studying these teams more than ever. And last year in Slovakia, when the Europe Cup was on, people were saying, Sweden are going to win this. They did. They were strong. And that is a strong team, because if you got people who have won on this stage, both of them. Now, all due respect to Jamai Vandin-Hik and obviously to Danny van Tripe, they've won as pairs on here and they will be very strong. Jimmy's won individually, but these guys have both won individually. That's what makes them a tremendous team.
That tournament will take place at the end of August, and all the action is live and exclusive and free here on Pluto TV. Back to tonight, and here are the semi-finals that we are about to see here in Portsmouth. Jamai Vandin-Hik against Shane Mcgirk, Scott Campbell up against Kurt Parry are our two semi-finals. What are you looking forward to in terms of these sets of semis?
The second one is interesting because Kurt Parry has not beaten Campbell this week in 3 meetings. And even though Scott was not playing his best darts in the first 3 days of the week, he was still able to beat Kurt 3 times. But to answer your question, this first game is fascinating because Jamai is a bit of a greenhorn. I know he's won on the Challenge Tour and he's won Group A this week, but this is a stiff test, isn't it? He's up against a Mcgirk who is now warmed up, and 10, possibly 15 minutes after putting in that display, it's going to be climbing the mountain. If he gets through that, who knows what could be next? It could be a debut title.
Right, we've done enough talking for one link, haven't we? Let's get the games on. It's time for the semi-finals. The first one featuring the reigning WDF World Champion, Shane Mcgirk, against Jamai Vandin-Hik.
And that's what it does.
Jamai Vandin-Hik.
Is Shane progressing? Of course he is.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It's time for our first semi-final. Would you please welcome from the Netherlands, a Challenge Tour winner this year, Jamai Vandin-Hik, and the reigning WDF World Champion, Shane Mcgirk.
Green light, let's get it. I'm the future, I'm in it. Check score, I'm winning. Green light, let's get it. I just win. I'm on 10. Hello, I'm Himothy. I got the recipe. I got the flow. I got the remedy. I know they do.
So then the first spot through to the final is up for grabs. But is it going to be Jamai Vandin-Hik or Shane Mcgirk who make it through? We're going to find out now in the company of your commentary team, Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
I think it's fair to say that this first semi-final is a bit of a step up for Jamai Vandin-Hik. He's beaten some great players very recently. And this young man from Alblasserdam will now take on the man at the top of the tree in the WDF system. But we can't forget that he is looking for back-to-back wins from Series 10 to Series 11, and both in Week 4. Is it Shane's week? If he continues to win in Week 4, he'll want to be part of Week 4 every series.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg is Jamai to throw first. Game on.
He's got the darts by virtue of winning Group 1. He won both of his games. If he goes through and Scott Campbell goes through,
57.
That will be a shootout to see who's undefeated tonight. But it's now knockout darts. And this is usually where Shane Mcgirk thrives.
177.
You used the word step up in regards to describing Vandin-Hik. A step up from what we've seen so far, going to the semi-final against the WDF World Champion Shane Mcgirk.
100.
But step up is what Shane needs to do. He's had a few moments tonight, but yet to find his best. And this is a step up from Shane Mcgirk. It's perfect. He could start this semi-final with absolute perfection.
We have never had a perfect leg on a Saturday night. Is it changing? Oh. That's how close it was.
120.
It's an amazing start. But had he got a slightly kinder deflection, it could have been history for Mcgirk. And now he's got to hit double 12 just to win the leg. Double 3.
21.
This young man just doesn't know about giving in Oh, not that. That's
Shane
painful.
required 3.
Maybe he threw it a little bit quick.
Game
What a
starting the first
dramatic
leg, Shane Mcgirk.
first leg of the contest. Well, where do we start?
Second leg, it's Shane.
He was on a 9, and he's had a 14 darter on double 1.
Couple of things to unpack there, really. Just casting an eye over proceedings.
58.
One, the demeanour of Shane Mcgirk is completely different. He's very menacing in this game. The other thing is, when Vandin-Hik hit that 180, he was coming back with a big smile on his face, which again leans into what he's told us already this week, that he absolutely just loves playing against the best players. He wants to be in good quality games of darts.
Look at the case. Look at the table.
57.
Look at Mini Mcgirk. Best seat in the house. Not that
100.
he is sitting, but if he could, he'd be applauding that.
Well, he said he's not superstitious. It's probably a good job, because every time Mini Mcgirk's been watching,
60.
he plays well.
Well, that thing has definitely got a name now. I shall name him Mini Mcgirk.
98.
And apparently, it's got the same voice as Stewie from Family Guy.
140. Shane requires 68.
And Shane imposing himself here like the mean machine that he is. You lay up here.
36.
He was never going to go for the bolt.
$100. Shane requires 32.
Won the first leg on a double at the top of the board.
Game shot.
Wins this leg in the bottom left. There's the consolidation of the break.
Third leg, it's Jamai to throw first.
We talked about the possibility of Vandin-Hik taking on Campbell in the final to see who's undefeated for the night. What if Mcgirk
96.
takes on Campbell? That would be 2 weekly winners from the previous series going for back-to-back.
45.
Don't forget about Kurt Parry, though. He's still looking for his first title tonight.
Heavyweight clash that would be, wouldn't it, in the final? However, one thing we know about Vandin-Hik, as you said, he doesn't know when he's beat. He doesn't know how to quit. We'll fight Mcgirk to the death here, and he's certainly able to live with the standard that Mcgirk has been setting. Has raised his game by about 12 points going into this leg, Shane Mcgirk. However, sort of reverting
79.
back to the Shane Mcgirk we've had so far on Saturday evening.
$136.
We're seeing a nice even split over this series of where the winners come from in respect to the groups that they play
56.
earlier in the week. Jeff Smith was a Group A winner in week 1. Scott Taylor and John O'Shea were secondary group winners. We've still got the Group A winner in Vandin-Hik.
89.
We've actually still got all 3 people who survived Group A making Saturday night. Shane's the only one who didn't do that.
43.
Jamai is exposed here.
145. Jamai requires 87.
He's got good memories of this shot. He's got to do it a different way.
82. Shane requires
Things
41.
are getting very tight. The walls are closing in. And the man on the lever is Shane.
Game shot in the third leg. Shane Mcgirk.
There are lots of people still here at the Live Lounge in
Fourth leg, it's
Portsmouth
Shane to throw first. Game on.
supporting that young man from the Netherlands, but I think even they can understand what kind of pressure he's under now.
60.
Confidence is something you build over time. And when you have it, You got it with your life.
140.
Shane's got it right now, and he's using it so well.
I always like to see what the danger signs are.
100.
The danger signs are what we said at the very start of this match, the very start of this night. Vandin-Hik, no scar tissue. He won't be panicking in this situation.
100.
He's not here with that sort of must-win goal. He just wants to enjoy the battle. He would love to turn this sort of game around.
140. $57.
It's not looking likely at this stage, but funnier things have happened.
$105.
He's making so many wise plays happen. He's not doing anything rash. He's playing the percentages
58. Shane Uquire 96.
and might be just making another final. Match start.
88.
He's
Jamai
left that
Uquire
trusty double 4.
146.
It's now or never for Vandin-Hik. He gave that every chance, threw it so well.
130. Shane Uquire 8.
But that might be his parting shot from week 4. And it's double 4.
Game
Shane
start
is
and
just too
match.
good.
Mcgirk.
He lost his first game tonight, but since then, he's figured it out. And Mcgirk is into a second consecutive weekly final. He won week 4 in Series 10. He might just win week 4 in Series 11 as well. A composed 91 average with 4 out of 11 on the doubles. He was the better player, and he's in the final.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series
Plenty of darts coming up on Pluto TV, and that includes Women's Week 4, which is going to get underway on the 23rd of June. We're going to announce the lineup for that a little bit later on in tonight's programme, so do stay tuned for that. And then, of course, all roads here at the Live Lounge is leading to Champions Night. That's going to be on Saturday, the 16th of August. Once again, it's going to be live and exclusive here on Pluto TV. Haven't seen the defending champion Jensen Walker as of yet. He'll be hoping to go back-to-back just like another teenage sensation in Luke Littler. The 16th of August is the date of the Champions Night, and we have got 6 days worth of top-class darts that will lead us to that particular point. We'll then have more specials weeks after that. It will be the Next Gen week, and then International Pairs 2 in out Sweden earlier on this evening. That will get underway on Bank Holiday, Monday the 25th of August, and then everything leads to the big event of the year here at the Super Series. The ADC Global Championship is back and bigger than ever. £60,000 going to the winner. It gets underway on the 1st of December. 3 weeks worth of action as Devon Peterson looks to defend his title live and exclusive on Pluto TV. In terms of tonight's action here at the Super Series, we've seen the reigning WDF World Champion Shane Mcgirk make it through to the final. He got the better of debutant Jamai Vandin-Hik by 4-0. Our second semi-final is a meeting of Scotland and Wales as Scott Campbell takes on Kurt Parry.
Dream shot, this one, 12. 2 darts at the treble you've been throwing at the whole game. Take your pick.
Game shot.
He takes his pick.
Scott Campbell.
And Scott Campbell has bossed Group 2 to become the biggest Jamai Vandin-Hik fan in the place.
And the match, Kurt Parry.
He's still alive. He knows a thing or two about tight situations on a Saturday night.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Modus Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It's time for our second semi-final. Would you please welcome from Scotland, a winner on the Challenge Tour this year, Scott Campbell, and from Wales, a 5 times weekly finalist, Kurt Parry.
So this is for the right to face the WDF World Champion Shane Mcgirk in the final. It is Scott Campbell up against Kurt Parry in the company of Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
Let's do it then. The second semi-final to see who plays the champ from Lakeside. But this champion from the previous series would like a crack at him, as would Kurt Parry. But this is Scott Campbell, Kurt Parry 4. If it's as good as Rocky 4, it'll go to round 7, which is like 7 in our case. 35 years of age. Was very much a youth star, was Scott Campbell. And took some time away from the game. A bit like Kurt Parry, who's only 3 years his junior. But this place means an awful lot to these two. One person is looking for another title. One is looking for another crack at a final where he could possibly get his first, which would possibly change his career. Parry has been sparkling on this stage on many occasions on Saturdays, and I'm not talking about his shoes.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
You've spoken already tonight, Matt, about big gaps. Parry hasn't been on the stage since game 3. This is game 8. That's a long gap.
It is, because it's not just the games that you've got to wait through, it's the production as well, isn't it? The conversations, the VTs. That's a long time in the back room, but one of the things
59
that he's got on his CV is that Champion of Champions, the best of 3 tournament, where in the early rounds there is an awful lot of waiting. and not a lot of playing. Even when it's your turn to go in and play, it's only best of 3. It's over in a couple of minutes,
140.
and then you've got to wait a load of fixtures before you get back to the board again. So I think he's in a good position to be able to deal with
60.
this. He's in a good position to be able to hit the ground running, which he's going to need to do because Campbell has started this game very well.
Hasn't he just?
180.
He started with a couple of 140s and he's gone up a notch.
140. Scott Uquire, 41.
Shane Mcgirk started his semi-final with something rather memorable.
25.
You're still waiting for that elusive 9-darter on a Saturday night.
85.
When it
Scott
happens,
Uquire,
because it
16.
will, I wonder who's going to get it. 88. Changes the angle.
No score.
It doesn't do him any favours.
Kurt Uquire,
So Parry
157.
is at bat now. He's not going to hit a home run.
Yeah, rub of the hands
60.
there for Scott
Scott Uquire,
Campbell, which
16.
would just make you suggest and feel that maybe he didn't release that one as smoothly as he would have liked. And the dart dragging low would suggest the same as well.
No score.
Oh, and again. Low again.
Kurt Uquire, 97.
He was on 41 after 9 darts. He gets a
57.
third visit
Scott Uquire, 16.
by virtue of that strong scoring. Does he get it right this time? He's covered it. Now, what's your option here? Go further to your right or lob it through the flights? Look at the angle.
No score. Kurt Uquire, 40.
Parry has just seen the door left open.
Game
And he
shot
takes
first
it
leg, Kurt
immediately.
Parry.
After everything he's been through in his Saturday career, he'll be thinking that's just something else that I will remember.
Second leg, it's
I
Kurt to
really
go
like what I
first.
saw
Game
there,
up.
though. How many times do we see that situation there? Scott Campbell, 9 darts at a double missed.
100.
The player goes up, steals the leg, puts the hands up in apology. Kurt Parry gave it a little bit of a clenched fist. He was happy he won the leg. He didn't care how it happened. The point counts the same. I like it.
131.
Same. Never apologise for doing what you meant to do.
140.
It's all about winning legs of darts. If you win enough of them, you might have a medal around your neck at the end of the night. If your opponent doesn't hit the double,
140.
you hit yours.
100.
Our start was a little jerky, but finds himself on the finish first this time. His doubling tonight has been really good. And we always warn that if Parry
41.
does
Kurt
double
Uquire,
well,
161.
you could be in a bit of bother. He's 8 from 17. It's a somewhat
45.
ironic point now, but before the first leg, Scott Campbell was 8 from 14. He was 57% for the night. And then he proceeds to miss 9 in one leg, which is more than he's missed all night long.
54. Kurt Uquire, 116.
All amplifies, though, doesn't it, in the semi-final?
92. Scott
That's
Uquire,
worked out well.
135.
You missed 9 darts at double to take the first leg. Can he take out a ton plus finish to make it all better? The answer is no.
94.
Parry's at the
Kurt
top of the
Uquire,
board
24.
for 2-0.
Game shot in the
No
second leg,
hesitation.
Kurt Parry.
His doubles numbers are improving.
The leg, it's got
Now
to
he's
throw
9 from
first.
17.
Game up.
Sorry, 9 from 18. He's 50% for the night.
And that's the thing that he thought was letting him down this week. Something he said he wasn't really putting too much extra focus on in anything.
140.
Was sort of reeling back the practice. Didn't want to put too much emphasis on it. Didn't want to focus on the negative. And you do get that sometimes. When a player goes, misses a few match darts at double 16. The next thing is just practice double 16 all the time. And just draw more attention to the problem.
83.
Earlier in the night, we talked about the fact that Kurt Parry hadn't beaten Jamai Vandin-Hik all week
140.
before playing him. He lost that game. So for week 4, Vandin-Hik is 4-0 on Kurt Parry, but he's gone.
41.
He is 3-0 down to Campbell, but if he gets one win against him,
38.
he could still be the winner. Everything is concentrated differently on Saturdays.
This is getting to be a very important exchange now for Scott Campbell.
100.
Do feel like maybe he needed another treble here. Bit of an invitation to Kurt Parry.
100.
Leaves it
Got
handy.
your 137.
It's handy because 2 singles leaves the bull on that number. And he's going to get a look at that as well. We've had every possible result tonight.
39. Kurt, you quiet.
We
83.
had our first 4-0 in the last match. Double 16.
51.
They are his first
Scott, you
misses
quiet,
at the
98.
outer ring in this match, costing him a 3-0 scoreline.
Going deliberate, trying to make sure of things here is Scott Campbell. He's going to get a dart.
86.
It was right in the middle of that treble 18. That was a
32.
beautiful dart. But it's another miss. It's
Game
another hit
shot
for
to
Kurt
third
Parry.
Kurt Parry.
And the news gets
Fourth leg,
worse
it's Kurt
for
to throw
Scotland,
first. Game
who've
up.
lost David Sharp earlier. That was another break of throw.
100.
In a week where the games have been close, in a week where the groups have been so tight, where they've been decided so late and by leg difference in Group C and Group B, wouldn't it be so ironic
45.
if both of the semi-finals are clean sweeps?
They could be. Parry would love that.
140.
The last time he was in a final, it was at international pairs. The Netherlands won that final. In singles, the last time he was in a final was in Series 10.
100.
It was in week 5. And he lost to Reece Robinson.
121.
Coincidentally, that night, Reece Robinson took out both Carl Wilson and Kurt Parry. But Reece isn't here.
43.
And
Kurt,
Campbell
you
might not be here
140.
much longer. And he may not be back in August.
28.
If you're going to have a bad visit, that's probably the best time to have it.
Especially with Campbell all the way back on 3-1-3. Only a maximum here will get Scott Campbell down to a finish.
That extending of the right arm, was that a sign that things have just tightened up a little bit? When the arm gets tight, you can do 2
58.
things.
Kurt, you got
Extend the
112.
arm or just loosen it out. Hasn't had his
88.
match start yet, but he's going to get it. Campbell is having his worst game of the night. And it's very easy for us to sit here and say it all stems from leg 1.
75. Kurt, you require 24.
Where he missed 9 darts at a double. Double 6.
12.
He's missed 3 now. And 7 in this game. He's just got to channel his thoughts well here.
He's had 3 visits from 112. Sometimes you can have a little bit too much time.
80. Kurt, you require 12.
As the second hand ticks. It's going to be double 3. And with Campbell on a finish, there is no pressure on this.
Game shot.
What pressure!
Kurt Parry.
He did it earlier on in the night when he needed double 2 to survive. He hasn't just survived, he has thrived. He's won by 4 legs to 0. And it could still be his first weekly title in Portsmouth, somewhere where he has been very close before. Parry wins by 4 legs to 0. It didn't have to be brilliant, but early in the match, it really, really was.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
Got
done.
out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where both of our semi-finals have gone by way of a 4-0 scoreline. Shane Mcgirk won the first one against Jamai Vandin-Hik, and Kurt Parry got the better of Scott Campbell by that scoreline before the break. So, Shane Mcgirk and Kurt Parry going head-to-head here in the final of Week 4. Shane Mcgirk looking for back-to-back Week 4 titles, whilst Kurt Parry is into back-to-back finals. Matthew Edgar is with me here in the studio now to analyse what we have seen in those two semi-finals. Let's begin with Shane Mcgirk. 4-0 win in his game against Jamai Vandin-Hik, and that was just a dominant display, wasn't it, from first start to last?
We've been waiting for Shane Mcgirk to turn up the way he did in Group B, the way he did when he won his week here, the way he did at Lakeside. And we haven't quite seen that performance from him tonight. He was statistically very fortunate to get through the group stages when we look at what you normally need to produce on a Saturday night to get into the semi-finals. But sometimes you become a player with a bit of an aura. Sometimes reputation can get you through things, and I feel like that was the case in that group stage. Maybe even was the case in that semi-final. We know that Jamai is a player that wants to play the best, but sometimes the situation can start to take over. It's a semi-final, first time here. He's going to be happy with that, but when you go up against a WWF World Champion, there's a scalp there, there's an opportunity, and I think it just got the better of him on that occasion.
We said about Shane Mcgirk setting his stall out. Now, he actually went 7 deep into the 9 in the first leg of that particular semi-final, and it's incredible to think that we've still not had a perfect leg on a Saturday night in front of a crowd here.
We will get one, and it's one of those things that when we get one, we'll probably start getting loads straight after. And the players are starting to become aware of it now. It's becoming a point of conversation. People want to be the first one to do it. And, well, we know the lineup next week, don't we? We've got Conor Heenahan, fair Irishman, coming to the live lounge, and he's already had 3 here. He's another player who puts himself in the hat of someone who wants to do it. So I'm sure Shane would like some bragging rights and to do it in the final.
Never know. Matthew Edgar could do it in the not too distant future. Well, I mean, you got to get through to the Saturday first, but could it?
Got to get the darts out first.
Well, yeah, never know. It's a bit like the curse of Ross Smith, isn't it, on the European tour? The other semi-final was won by Kurt Parry by a similar scoreline. I suppose the scoreline shows that Kurt Parry was dominant, but was there still a few signs maybe of a little bit of vulnerability? Scott Campbell was afforded a few opportunities, just couldn't take them.
Scott Campbell in the opening leg, he should have won that quite convincingly, and sometimes things like that can really unsettle you. And what you do is you end up playing the next leg thinking of the previous leg, and then before you've even got into the third leg, you're 2-0 down, you have a breakdown, and in this short format, your opponent's already halfway to victory. And I think that was just a complete lag there from Scott Campbell. He wasn't able to recover from that. But when we look at the scoring power he produced in that opening leg, it was looking like this is going to be the Scott Campbell who's going to continue to do great things. The Scott Campbell who's picked up a Challenge Tour title, who's won here, who was a real big contender on Champions Week. He's going to be back. He's going to be a contender when he comes again. He's going to be very disappointed with how that's ended, though.
Because I suppose this is the point in the season where you want to be putting in really good performances on stages like this. Obviously, there's going to be another couple of Challenge Tours in a few weeks' time. And this is really the stage, isn't it, around May, June, where you want to try and now peak towards the latter end of the year.
You want something to look forward to. If you've been playing a season, everything good happens at the back end. That's where the World Championships are, the Global Championship. That's where we're going to have another series title. You want to be in something exciting. You want to be building. You want to know something's on the horizon in the next 6, 7 to 8 weeks. And right now, what is that thing for Scott Campbell? Despite the fact it's been a really good season, he's got nothing right now to really look forward to. And with that, the danger is, well, I don't need to practice as much right now. There's no need to be peaking. I've got nothing to peak for. And we've heard this from Scott Campbell as well. He's had a little bit of a break recently, maybe not put as much time in. That's because there's not that carrot being dangled. I think he needed this right now to sort of give him that inspiration.
In terms of Jamai, is there a lot of positives to take out of this week as far as he's concerned?
There's one negative, and that's the fact he lost 4-0 in the semi-final. Everything else has been superb. On debut, winning a Group A. We've got seasoned campaigners here that's never won a Group A. Getting through to the semi-finals, getting out of his group, he was looking like he was going to go on a run here. He only was stopped by the WWF World Champion, so there's no shame in that defeat. He's been good, he's been great, he's been composed. We've learnt a lot about him. We've learnt he's the real deal. I can't wait to see him back here again. And he's one of those names, a few years ago, Jamai Vandin-Hik in the old days in Southampton. You watched him there and you went, I'm going to keep my eye on you. And within about 10 months, it all changed. Jamai Vandin-Hik became a household name. He's a player that I'm drawing to the same way I did Van Veen, where you say, I need to keep an eye on this guy.
It feels like there's a player a year that's kind of doing at this present moment in time. It'd be interesting to see whether Jamai's the next one on that Dutch assembly line. Right, we'll talk about the final between Shane Mcgirk and Kurt Parry in just a moment. But before that, in June, the 4th Women's Week gets underway. It's going to be at the end of the month. And we can now reveal the players that are going to be in action. Oh, beautiful. Sophie McKinley, the bullseye.
Well, absolutely sensational stuff. An 11 dart leg from the Roman Stanley. Takes it out superbly, Queen of
And she finds it. That's good composure there from Kirsty Vinakainen.
Does it in 3.
So Pauling looking at 130. Another. Double 5. Oh, that's magnificent. It's another big checkout and a big time for Paige Pauling.
On the first leg.
Check, check, check.
Double 13. Go 2-0 up.
She does. Game shot on the second leg. Angela Kirkwood.
Bullseye.
Games on the third leg. Steph Clark.
So 109 for the match and 6 starts from here for Vicky Pruitt. Is she going to find her second tub plus checker of the match? Yes, she is.
Once again, she hits the treble, double 18. Nice little.
Said dart is going to be at double top. Said dart is found. And this is a good couple of legs from Kirsty Hutchinson here. So this is how the lineup looks then for Women's Week 4. Group A is going to see Kirsty Vinakainen, the only former champion in the field, taking part. Gemma Hayter will feel like it should be sooner rather than later that she picks up one of these particular titles. Lorraine Winstanley's had a very good day on the Women's Series Tour, and she'll be hoping that this is going to be the springboard ahead of the match play in July. Of course, the race for that is coming to a culmination tomorrow. Vicky Pruitt, ever present here, she's going to be involved in Group C alongside Sophie McKinley, the runner-up at Lakeside last year, and Angela Kirkwood, who we've seen at the ADC Tour Championship finals over the last couple of years. That's taking place at the end of the month. June 23rd is the start date for that. And look, it's the 4th Women's Week we've had here at the Super Series, and it's fair to say it's a popular specials week in the calendar, and it's an opportunity to not just showcase women's darts, but also we get to see players that maybe we don't usually see on the streams, we don't usually see in other showcase events. It gives, I suppose, we've seen the likes of Fallon and Bo do fantastic things, but there's a few players there that for the first time are playing in front of cameras or not used to the cameras that have got a big opportunity to showcase themselves.
Exactly that. And I think one thing that we've learned through the Women's Series events is that there's depth. There is depth in the women's game, because I'm going to be perfectly honest, and I'm sure a lot of people will echo that sentiment, that the first one was great. We had Fallon, we had Bo, we had the big names within the ladies' game. And then when they wasn't involved in future weeks, you get a bit concerned. You think, we haven't got those headline acts, we haven't got those main stars. And that is what the women's game traditionally is all sort of marketed and branded around, Fallon and Bo. And then when you look at the line that we've just got there, you think, that's going to be a good week. That's going to be a competitive week. And we don't have Fallon and Bo once again. But we do have Gemma Hayter. Gemma Hayter is one of those players that when you take the big two out of the ladies' game, the eye draws to Gemma as someone who should be dominating, hasn't done so yet. I'm sure she's going to want to put that right.
Her and Kirsty, are they contenders to win the match play?
I mean, Gemma's certainly going to fancy a chance. Vinakainen is a tricky one to play, and the reason she is because she's quite deliberate. People don't like playing deliberate players, slow players. You can't get in a rhythm. But she's also good. She's had success here, and I think that's going to be a very, very good contested Group A because both those players are going to be in there.
It is from the 23rd of June, that's the Monday, and then the finals on Saturday, June the 28th here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. But back to the action here tonight, and the final is about to get underway. It is a meeting between Shane Mcgirk and Kurt Parry. For Shane, look, he's looking for back-to-back weekly titles. For Kurt Parry, it's a long time coming this. He made the final last time, lost out to Reece Robinson. He got the W on that particular occasion. For Kurt, we've been saying this all week, that at some point you feel like his time's going to come in this building because of the trajectory that he's going on. He seems to be getting better over the last year or so. He's getting back to the type of player that we saw have a tour card not too long ago.
It's going to be an interesting final. It's going to be intriguing. I think this is going to be really good for the pace of the game as well. I think both players are going to enjoy that. When you get to a final, the last thing you want is to go up there, be deliberate, try slowing it down, try and make sure of something. You want to go up there with fluency, you want to go up with freedom, you want to go up there with rhythm. I think the pace is going to suit both players. I think they're both going to step it up here. I think they're both going to raise their game. And I think we're going to see the best performance of the night from both. It's just going to come down to whose is good enough.
In terms of Shane Mcgirk, we mentioned at the beginning of the evening, it feels like the mantle of world champion. He's carrying it very well. Is he winning games? And I suppose tonight there's been one or two maybe examples of it, where he's winning games now that maybe 6 months ago he wouldn't have done.
I made notes earlier when I was listening to the players talk because I always like getting that little bit of insight to what they're saying. And Shane Mcgirk said something that really stood out for me. He says, "I've got nothing to prove." Now, a lot of people think he does. Comments on forums, social medias, comments in media, punditry. There's always that sort of question, can he back that up? Can he do this? Can he do that? Shane Mcgirk doesn't feel he has to. He doesn't feel like he's got that star on his shirt. He's got the title of WWF World Champion. He wears it proudly on the front of his shirt in words and letters. And for him, he's achieved, and he has. He's achieved something more than most dart players ever will, winning on that lakeside stage and going home with a trophy. He's probably changed his life in regards to the financial side of things. He's probably a lot more comfortable now, certainly with the title he added here on top of that as well. I agree. He's got nothing to prove, and he can play with enjoyment. The target's on him. He's the scalp now.
Who's your man? Who do you think has just got that little bit more?
I think it's going to go close. I think it's going to go tight. But in this scenario, you'd be brave to go against Shane Mcgirk. He knows how to get the job done. He's getting the job done on a regular basis right now. And he's very, very aggressive. He's steely. And when he does that, that's when he plays his best. And he's in that focus zone right now.
Be interesting to find out, Matt. Thank you as much as ever. So we've got a final here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Shane Mcgirk is looking for back-to-back titles in a week 4 here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And he takes on Kurt Parry, looking to win his first title here on the South Coast. It should be an intriguing affair. Let's find out who is going to take the spoils.
And it's double 4. Shane is just too good. With Campbell on a finish, there is no pressure on this. What pressure?
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It's now time for the final. Would you please firstly welcome from Ireland, the reigning WDF World Champion, Shane Mcgirk.
I am number one, not number two. If I'm not the one, I'm uncomfortable. See the competition I've been running through. Leveled up, I only see him in my rear view.
And his opponent into his 6th weekly final from Wales, Kurt Parry.
Here we go then. Two real good guys going head-to-head to this particular final, but only one can claim a spot at Champions Week, which is already littered with big names. Let's get into this final then. And for the last time tonight, head over to the commentary box and join Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
We can't wait for this. And whoever makes the final week of this series, that's week 13, the Champions Week, they will definitely belong there. In the front row of this audience is Jamai Vandin-Hik now, looking to see who will take that place. He believes it's Kurt's time. Well, Kurt knows his angles. Shane, well, he banked all the money at the end of 2024. So is it
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Kurt with
First
the
leg is
angles
Shane to throw
or
first.
Shane or Mac
Game on.
who goes back to Champions Week? It's time to find out. If that first dart lands again,
140.
Kurt Parry may have to find one of his best performances, not just of the week, but maybe of his Super Series career.
125. $55.
Scott Campbell also coming out to see who's going to pick up the title, who's going to be going through to
140.
Champions Week. Will be wishing he was up there right now. Battling it out for the £5,000, a place in
99.
Champions Week. A lot on the line in just a couple of legs of darts.
Oh, without knowing the personal circumstances
60.
of players, because you and I both know, Matt, we take care of our affairs quite privately. We don't know how much the money would mean to these players. You can assume that it would mean more to Kurt.
60. Shane, you require 36.
But Shane has started buoyantly. How does he finish?
Game shot in the first
Very,
leg.
very
Shane
well.
Mcgirk.
And just like his semi-final, he starts with a
Second
five-visit
is
leg.
Kurt to throw first. Game on.
He is very much in the groove. It's the same amount of darts
60.
as the first leg of that semi as well. It's 14 darts. And he's got the throw in the final as well.
29.
This is what I thought would be a benefit for Kurt Parry here. The fact Shane Mcgirk likes to play with the same rhythm. I think that's where we're going to start to see Kurt Parry really start to find his
140.
best, when he can just get to the hockey quickly. Really will suit that style.
How often do we see it as well?
66.
First meeting of the week is in the final game. It's about so many things.
93.
Being a winner. Being the last person standing. Getting the money. Getting the return ticket.
140.
All for the person who gets the four legs. And it might just be a 14-darter riposte.
59.
From
Kurt,
the
you
Welshman.
require 55.
There's a lovely rhythm about this game.
35.
Well, the range on the double top there was way too high and way too low. Looks rather flustered by that one.
Almost thrown like you were
85,
searching, like
20.
you was finding something, like when you first start having your
Game
practice
start on the
starts at the
second
start of
leg,
the day,
Kurt
but
Parry.
it doesn't lag. There's no continuation into the next visit. First start, that's going to settle him down into this final game.
Third leg, it's Shane to throw first. Game on.
That previous final that Parry had against Reece Robinson. Robinson was by far the better player.
180. $30.
I think Mcgirk knows a thing or two about being referred to as by far the better player, because he's the first person in World
95.
Championship history to have completed a game with no misses at a double
100.
in a win, I might add.
Yeah, he was the best player by far that week, wasn't he, at Lakeside? Really did catch the eye.
Is he catching your eye yet? I think he's catching the eye of the world, the way he's playing in this game.
46. Shane Uquire, 46.
I reckon there'll be a lot of people sharing the sentiment that we had yesterday, that enjoy Shane Mcgirk while he's here. Because this might be the last season we get him here at the Super Series.
Yeah, he could win 3 weekly titles, have 3 Champions Week campaigns, and then that's it.
140.
Or something
Shane Uquire, 16.
akin to that.
Game starting the third leg.
That is a
Shane
13
Mcgirk.
darter. The best leg of the match. It's always very nervy when you're
Fourth
watching
leg, it's
someone
Kurt
you
to
care
throw
about.
first. Game on.
Can you imagine what it's like for Kurt Parry's children
55.
to watch their dad going through this? Well, Kurt is a world-class player. And if he keeps going with his journey, his young'uns are going to have to
96.
get used to it. Shane Mcgirk's doll is not watching this game. Maybe
100.
too nervy for even the doll to watch.
I think one of the real attributes of Shane
100.
Mcgirk is the ability to hit one of those big power scores, one of those maximum visits when he needs
100.
to. Responding to what is going on in front.
58.
Martin Turner watching on. He was narrowly pipped
50.
in Group C by Parry. Kurt finished second in that group, but he was actually through to Saturday before the person that won the group.
83.
I guess Mcgirk down to a finish. Parry will be expecting to leave something a little bit more handy.
60. Shane Uquire,
That's a
164.
2-treble shot. Big opportunity for Mcgirk here. Break a throw on offer.
Bullseye.
Game shot in the fourth leg. Shane
How
Mcgirk.
impressive is that? He's a world-class player, and that will hurt.
Fifth leg, it's Shane to
I know
throw
that Parry
first.
was on
Game
136, which is a very hard shot in itself. But to put in that finish, which is the biggest of the week, in what could be the penultimate leg of the week, shows the timing that
139.
Mcgirk has got.
I've referred to it a few times this week. Big players, big names here at the
100.
Super Series. Scott Taylor, a few weeks ago, never found his best until the final game. Shane Mcgirk is replicating that. He's averaged over 100 for the majority of this
42.
match.
We have seen countries go back-to-back in weeks in this format.
100.
But I'm racking my brain. I don't think Ireland have gone back-to-back. John O'Shea, 7 days ago. His partner, Mcgirk, is getting close to joining him in Champions Week. From pairs partners to possible
100.
adversaries
Shane Uquire, 140.
in the middle of August. John O'Shea was saying last week, why so serious? It's obvious. Because this is
100.
serious business. 103 his average in this final.
80. Shane Uquire,
Kurt Parry
40.
may be beaten in the final game once again for a second consecutive series.
Game shot and the match.
What a display
And the Series 11, week
from
4,
that man
Modus
right
Super
there,
Series champion,
who picks up
Shane
a
Mcgirk.
second consecutive weekly title. Shane Mcgirk is the king of week 4 for the second time. He didn't even play that well in his first game tonight. He was given a route through to the semi-finals. He took it. And then after that, he would win 8 legs for the loss of 1. Parry will be back, but that man right there will be back in August. Look at what he did in the final. Averaged over 103, found 3 maximums, and that thunderous 164, it was quite sensational to give him the 3-1 lead and he did not look back and found a 13 darter to put the full stop on what is now another week that belongs to the man known as the WDF champion of the world, Shane Mcgirk. It is his week. It belongs to Shane. He wins by 4 legs to 1.
Well, he is making this a habit, isn't he, Shane Mcgirk, and saving his best till last, an average of 103.29. His finishing exceptional, and that 164 really did knock the stuffing out of Kurt Parry, who's lost a second consecutive final. But Shane Mcgirk, well, he's twice now a weekly winner here. We won't keep him waiting any longer to lift that trophy once again. We're going to crown him the winner in the company of our MC, George Baker.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 days and 104 matches, it's now time to crown the Series 11 Week 4 Modus Super Series champion. And that player is Shane Mcgirk. One more time, your champion, Shane Mcgirk.
Well, he's getting used to this feeling, isn't he, Shane Mcgirk, the Lakeside champion, now a back-to-back Super Series winner. But I can tell you one thing, now he's won that again, he will want the big one when it comes to the middle of August. And he just makes it look so routine now. A lot of players have that mantle of world champion and it weighs heavy on their shoulders. The season after can sometimes be a little bit hit or miss. But Shane Mcgirk right now is playing the best darts of his career and he's getting the best results of his career. Of that, there is absolutely no doubt whatsoever. And, well, when you're world champion, I suppose you get plenty of sets of flights, and one of your responsibilities is to give them away, and he'll give it away to some of the young chaps that are in the crowd this evening. And who knows, that might well inspire one of them to be a star of the future, a world champion, just like that man there, Shane Mcgirk. Well, week 4's fairly good for him, isn't it? Because that's the second consecutive series that he's won in this week. And Paul Nicholson alongside me here in the studio. He's just got every hallmark of a great champion, hasn't he?
Yes, he really does. I think when he won at Lakeside, people started asking questions. Where does he go from here? What can he do next? The thing is, he's won back-to-back this year. He's got 2 medals now. There's 1 medal missing, which is obviously winning the series. But he may have been triply inspired by John O'Shea last week. They played pairs together very recently. Now they're both going to Champions Week. Ireland have done great things in darts over the last 6 or 7 years, getting talent into the women's game, into the youth game, and into the seniors as well, with great titles like John and Shane. This place seriously is being taken by the Irish over the last fortnight, and we're not displeased about that because they are characters, they're great players, and I can't wait to see them play in August.
In terms of Shane, we have a player every single year that kind of has that tag of player of the season here at the Live Lounge. And I'll tell you what, I'm going to break away from that question because the champ show is in the studio. Shane, many congratulations. Well done. Well done. Cheers. These conversations are becoming a little bit commonplace at the minute, aren't they?
I don't know about that, but do you know, I was struggling at the start. You know, I think I came in too relaxed because of how well I was playing in Thursday, Friday night. But I think that I needed to lose the first one. And I don't know how to explain it, but sometimes you just need to lose that game. And then I gave myself a talking to in the mirror, and I was like, "Come on, you've been playing well all this last while. You can do it." Then I came out and I was like, "You can win any game." So that's the way I went.
Did it help a little bit as well? Because that game against David Sharp was a knockout game. So instantly you had to tune in for that. And I feel like you're the type of player, when you have that type of game on the line, that's actually what feeds you better than maybe a little bit of the round robin stuff.
Yeah, I think you know where you're at, I suppose. In the round robin, I feel like you have 2 chances at whatever it is. Now, it might not go your way, but you do have 2 chances. And I probably was too relaxed coming into the day. Like I was very relaxed coming in, and next thing I was nervous in my first game, and I don't know what happened, but I knew after that I had to put it right, and that was never going to happen again. Like, so I can only build on that. So I actually went in and it's a knockout game. It was David's first time in this week, so I had the advantage, I think, but had to prove it, and I did.
We've seen over the course of the week, and I'll ask the question I was going to ask you before Shane came and joined us in the studio. He's showing all these hallmarks of a great champion, and we see it every year, a player that really begins to stand out in this building. And Shane's doing exactly that, isn't he, so far in 2025?
Yeah, we haven't looked at the exact numbers from the week. As you know, I'm very heavily invested in the numbers, but they do prove a lot. And when you put in performances like Shane has yesterday, 3 ton plus averages, and he eloquently put earlier on tonight with you that didn't mean much coming into today, because it's a very different day. Now, I'm not someone who invests in darters on the day. I think if you prepare properly, yes, there will be differences, but the class does not disappear. When he got the kick up the backside that he needed, look at what he did after that. He bossed games, and that first dart, it was a weapon. As soon as that clicked, everybody was in trouble. We said it in commentary with Matthew Edgar. Everybody struggled as soon as he started scoring properly. Great hallmarks of a great champion, and it could get even better by the end of the summer.
And you saved your best right for the very last in that game against Kurt Perry. 103, the average
No way.
in the end
I
of
didn't
that
even
one.
know. To be fair, like I just knew that this is it. Like you win, you lose, and I knew Kirk was playing very well all week, so I had to go from the start. I won the ball inside. That's massive when it comes to a final. You kind of put your opponent on the back foot, like they have to break, you know. So I kind of just taught myself, hold 4 times. That's it. That's all you have to do. And lucky enough, I ran away with it.
In terms of that 1-6-4, did you feel like that was a shot that could really knock the stuffing out of Kirk? Because it felt like at that point you had the final exactly where you wanted it.
Do you know, when I started out throwing darts, it was 19s. I was a 19s player. So whenever I have to use 19s, I never fear it. I just go straight at it. And 164 is one of my biggest. I prefer 164 over 170. So I just said, once you get the first one in, you just ram the second one into it, and then go for the ball. That's it.
And that did feel like the moment, didn't it? That 164.
Yeah, I think that's probably moment of the week. We've had some great moments over the course of the last 6 days. And obviously the winning moment, hitting tops with the first start for a 13 darter, was a great moment. But the collective breath that everybody took when the bull was hit, it was a case of, yeah, that was the moment where you think maybe Kurt's not going to get his first title here tonight.
Well, in terms of that 164, we're going to show it to you in just a second, just down on that monitor down there. When the first 2 troubles went in, did you just have that feeling that when it left the arm, yeah, this is going? You just looked that much in the zone?
I knew it was going. I absolutely believed it was going, 100%. You know, we were messing around with the bulls all night in the practice room, having a wee competition, who can hit the most bulls and stuff like that, but I knew it was going. As soon as I hit the 2, it was going. Like I didn't even fear it. I didn't even think about what I was going to leave if I hit the 25. I just knew it was gone.
Interestingly, that first dart to a lot of people is not the perfect first dart, but for Shane, because his darts do kink a little bit to the left, the angles that we show on our coverage don't do it justice. Anything in the left portion of a treble like that is a great marker for him, and that's why he was able to sneak one just over the top, and the bull was just a pure shot.
I do want to ask, because it's something that we've been talking about in commentary over the course of the week. Since winning that title at Lakeside, do you feel like that World Championship has made you a better player? And then there's maybe some games at points, maybe even this week or in other games we've seen you play this year, that maybe prior to winning that title you may not have won?
Yeah, do you know, I think that when you win a world title like that, it's either you strive to it and just rise up above it, or else you can crumble. When I won it, like I went into my next couple of competitions and people were just saying so many nice things to me, especially at home. Ireland darts, everyone's behind each other, like, so I felt like, yeah, I'm doing well. I'm a good player now. I'm proved that I am a good player, and I just want to win more games and I want to improve myself. And I just knew to myself that, especially after the first game the night against Scott, like, no offense to him, he played a super game against me in the first game, but I did not turn up. And then I just gave myself a talk in the mirror. I was like, what are you doing? Like, you know, you've been in situations where you needed to win and you have won, so just do it again. And from then it was pure knockout. In my head it was pure knockout. And yeah, so I just kind of took it like that, and you know, I'm sitting here now and I'm absolutely buzzing.
You're expecting a text from John O'Shea in the next few minutes? Because he's going to be coming back as well.
Yeah, I know. Might get a flight over together. I don't know. But no, me and John, everyone knows we played the pairs together, and we were unlucky there in the 9-yard shootout. But John did well last week. But anything he can do, I'm trying to do better. You know, it's a friendly rivalry about the Irish that we have. Like, if someone does something, you want it better at. You know, and that's my thing. That's my approach to it. Like, I think that mainly that friendly competition that's not taken in a bad way. It's good for us. Like, we want to, and we improve ourselves by trying to beat the next person or the person before us.
Might have to watch out for Conor Heenahan now, because now that he's got 2 weekly titles, I don't think that's going to sit too well with Conor.
Could be like the Cheltenham Festival of the Irish invasion here in the United Kingdom. Let's have a look then at the Roll of Honour. And you're joining a stacked list. We've already got a former champion, of course, Scott Taylor in there, Jess Smith, John O'Shea is there too. And I know that you watch a fair bit as well when you're not playing, Shane. You must be looking at this and thinking, this is going to be a proper week. And we're only 4 out of 12 through.
Yeah, I think that you look at any one of them players like Scott Taylor, Jeff Smith, John O'Shea, all have played massive games in Pro Tours and all this. You know, I've played a few games in the Pro Tours, and since then, like, I think that you're shaping up to a good Champions Week. You know, I hope that Conor does well then when he's in, and hope everyone else from Ireland does well when I'd love 12 people from Ireland to be in the finals week. You know, we all do. Like, it'd be brilliant for us back home. Like, we are improving massively. Like, an Irish Dart is taking an absolute turn, and we are going to do damage when it comes to like the Six Nations World Cup.
Do you have a little bit of a point to prove when it comes to Champions League, just because of the fact you didn't make it through to the Champions Night last time?
No, I don't think that I have a point to prove. You know, I think that winning a weekly title is enough. Anyone wants to win a Champions Week. Yeah, when I come here, I will absolutely strive to win that Champions Week. Nothing will faze me that week and all. I know I've done what I've done tonight. Like, after a poor start winning one leg to come and win every other game, it shows that I have a lot of bottle when it comes to it, like when I need it. So I think that when it comes to Champions Week, that I can be feared, and I hope I am, like, because it does give you an advantage.
He's a contender for this, isn't he?
Oh yeah, I think Jeff Smith will be watching this. John O'Shea will have watched every single dart. Scott Taylor probably hasn't watched, but he plays the game slightly differently. But when it comes around, it's about 2 months away. But the thing is, there's so much you can do to plan and gear yourself up for one of the biggest weeks of the entire year. It's going to be really hot in here. And that is probably the one thing that Shane will have to get used to. Play lots of darts, keep yourself sharp, get ready for the heat, because this place will be seething come the middle of August, and it will be very tricky that week.
And we've had some funny moments along the way, haven't we, this week, particularly in the busting department.
Well, I don't think Mark McGeaney wants us to show this anymore. We've shown it too many times already, but this is something that gives any dart player bad dreams. You're not thinking about going anywhere near the treble 20. And we saw what doing something like that did to Dirk van Duijvenbode. It derailed his career for years. We sincerely hope that Mark can forget about that, and surely after this week, we won't play it again until he comes back.
And Sam Spivey did something similar. It wasn't one for the Spivey man highlight reel, was it?
No, unfortunately for Sam, he was in a bit of a spin in this moment. He was thinking that he was on something different. He'd bust it with the previous visit. He hit double 15, and then he didn't realise he was back on 48, and he went, oh no. But the ironic thing is, when you're on a shot like this and you complete it, you think you've won the leg, and then you realise you haven't won the leg. If he wants to have a little conversation with Devin Peterson about this, he's done it twice, at a World Cup and at a European Tour event, so maybe Devin can make Sam feel just a little bit better.
So not to be for him, but it has been for you, Shane. What's the preparation then for you between now and Champions Week?
Yeah, I'm absolutely busy. I have the Six Nations coming up in 2 weeks. I have Irish rankings next weekend, and then I'm going to Australia for a series of exhibitions. You know, I'm looking forward to that. That is the biggest thing for me this year. And I know I have the World Championships coming at the end of the year, but going to Australia is a dream to do exhibitions over there. So that's coming up now. So I feel like I'm going to be in good preparation for coming back here, and hopefully I'll prove it.
He's going to be loving it over there. They're going to love you. Honestly, so many Irish expats over there. They're going to flock to this guy. He might not come back. I hope he do.
Please come back.
You better come back.
Oh, well.
Well, Shane, many congratulations, Reece. I'll see you at Champions Week in August. And hey, Portsmouth to Australia, nice, all right, isn't it?
Yeah, not too bad.
Shane, many congratulations. Nico, as ever, thank you for your company. Plenty coming up across Pluto TV. Once we're done, we're going to be delving into the career of James Wade and just a few major honours to bestow in his career. Then tomorrow we'll have the influencers highlights. This is from the third event. That is from 2:05. And then the live darts will get back underway Monday from 9:30. Andy Hamilton is the big name in action, the former World Championship finalist. He'll be looking to make it through to a first Champions Week here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And then we'll find out who is going to join Shane next Saturday night from 7:30 p.m. here live and exclusive on Pluto TV. Well, in Series 10, Week 4, it was Shane Mcgirk. In Series 11, Week 4, it's Shane Mcgirk. Well, the luck just ran for him, didn't it? We'll see you on Monday. Bye-bye for now.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is
Finals night, and it's a knockout. Dirty